Hello, Alton here. I don't know where I lost Mistress Cecilia, but the following video is from the Geomeric archive. The video quality is poor, the production value is bad, but they asked for it. Now, the story is here. Does anyone know where she went?
For whatever reason, my Discord doesn't like my phone when it comes to like telling me that I got a message. So like there are times where like I just won't get anything and I'll go on there and it's like, oh, a bunch of people messaged. Well, I didn't like that, I guess.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and pick up where we guys left off. You guys had been adventuring in Faerun, in the land of Cormyr, down here in the town of Marsember, and you had been given a job assignment by Gerard, leader of the Blue Compass, to go up north to the town of Arabel, which is about here, to discover why the desert north of there is encroaching on Cormyrian lands and expanding southwards. He believes that there may be evidence or a lead here in Arabel at one of the local taverns, either the Falcon's Rest or the Elf Skull Tavern. And he provided you those tips. Last week, you guys hit the road, and along the road, managed to thwart a highway robbery in the form of a gang with a pair of Zorns that were chained and being directed by the leader of the little group. And Anita lost her horse to the Zorns. But you guys did manage to defeat them, skin them, harvest them, etc., and carried on. And you guys made your way just outside of the town of Arabel just before evening, and that's where we were going to pick up. So, as you guys are still on the road heading to Arabel, what would you guys like to do?
How much longer do you think we have until we reach here?
It's going to be about 2 hours.
Okay, so that's fine. I do would like to try to pass in
Okay, sure. Let's go ahead and get you to roll your tinkering check.
which check is
You can use, if you have tinkering tools, you can use those. Otherwise, you just make a straight dexterity check.
I actually do have to I can help out and make advantage.
If you have the tinkering tools, you can do the crafting yourself for her. If you wanted to do that.
This you've been working on, I can help you with this. I would very much appreciate that. And wonderful. Take out this stuff with the
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Tinker. What are we making? A harmonica? Harmonica would be fun. Give it the shape of the what it's going to okay. Just tell me what I need to. That's like always the top of the group, and I will do it all. I'll show you different sizes that you can use to make different notes, and then as the mouthpiece, that's how to get the pieces out. All right, I can do that.
Okay. And let's go ahead and get you to roll your tinkering check. It's it's dexterity plus proficiency because you have tinker's tools.
I have 0 for dexterity.
Okay. So at 11, yeah, you're able to craft a very basic flute. It's not super great or anything, it's not amazing, but it does play music.
It's just needed to make me so. Or very welcome.
Cool. So go ahead and add a flute to your character sheet, Anita. All right, and do scratch off the base materials because you use those. All right. So, what else would you guys like to do before you head over to Arabelle proper?
I will take off the bracers.
Okay.
I'll throw them in my bag while I keep them running.
Okay.
Just until I can get them enchanted.
Okay. Cool.
Does anyone need anything stored? I have a nice little bag here that's pretty nifty. Okay, fine.
All right.
I'm gonna drop some items in there, like my files and elementals.
Okay. Just mark down what's in there because it does matter at certain points.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rolo, thank you for rationing these. These are very well made.
Oh yeah, no problem. That's what I did.
Well, you're very good at it.
Better than I thought. This turned out really well. I think the handrails on the feet, they both done it.
I can't wait to get the legit.
So, do we know if Judith has a shop here?
She does not have a just shop in Arabelle. She doesn't like the. You guys would have probably asked about that when you were in Marsember. She doesn't like how lawless the town of Arabelle is.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
What would I need to give these wrappings the plus one?
It's 1,000 gold worth of enchanting materials.
Yeah.
And then you have to do the Arcana check to craft it. Yep.
Or you can collect the essences.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, like 10 essences, or maybe do a mix match, like 5 essences, and you pay for the
Exactly.
Oh, like is it like essences of like a very specific thing, or is it?
If you're just going for a basic +1, it's essentially just 10 essences that you just need to do to enchant it. So, pretty simple.
Is there like a table I can see online of like what are the percent?
I'm not allowed to share it yet. The guy's still working on testing it, and so we're kind of he's allowing me to use the system, but he doesn't want it out in wild yet.
Sure.
So,
system.
it's a really cool system, really is. But yeah, it's 10 essences for just a +1. If you want to do something fancy, then we can get into specifics and stuff. But yeah, as you guys continue along the trail with your carriage and your guard dogs and stuff, the wagon wheels are, doing their normal creaking stuff, and the dogs are just doing their patrolling thing around the wagon. Up ahead, on the left-hand side of the road, you see a large wagon, open on one side, with a wall of potions and wares. There's an awning stretching out over the pop-up stall to shade customers and products, inviting you to come up and browse what's there. The stall's painted purple and green with dwarven runes boldly carved under the eaves of the wagon. You guys want to stop there and see what's going on?
I'm down immediately now.
Yes, I'm tired of being around all these
Okay. So you guys pull. Caster, you gonna pull the wagon over to the side?
Sure.
Okay.
Can I cast magic spell?
There is definitely some magic in that cart. The cart itself doesn't appear to be magical, but there's definitely some magic in the cart.
Hey, look. There's some magic knickknacks in that cart.
Okay. And as you guys walk up, there is a woman seated on a stool inside the carriage. She seems to be brewing something.
What you brewing?
Oh, hello. Hello. Come in. You can be around.
All right. You look
shakes it up and down, super enthusiastic that you showed up. So, what is it that you're looking for? Maybe I can help you find something?
I don't. I'm looking for in particular. I suppose I always have an eye out for like healing potions and such, like staples. But beyond that, I don't think I'm looking for anything in particular. And Silas will just sort of look to the rest of the group, gesturing that you guys may have some other things on your minds.
Well, if you look behind her, she sort of waves a hand, this grand gesture up at the side of the wagon, where you can see there's a section of the wagon that opens up into two doors, sort of like a food truck. And on the inside of each of these doors, there's a list of items, commonly carried potions, things like that, with prices. And where the food would normally be served in a food truck, there are two large glass door cabinets that have all of the potions lined up inside there. Those cabinets are locked.
Hello there. I am Midnight Chitterly, and I'm sure you've heard of me. Wizard extraordinaire and whatnot. Do you happen by chance to have any water elemental essences? I'll be making the most elite items for us.
Water elemental essences. I'm usually not in the market for selling ingredients. Let's see what I've got. One moment. And she turns around. She doesn't stand up. She's still sitting in her stool. But she turns around, sort of swivels, and she opens up a box sitting next to her, and she starts rummaging through it. Water elemental essences. No, it seems all I've got at the moment is an abundance of fire salts. Would you be interested in that?
Fire salts.
What
Yes.
are your fire salts made?
Honestly, not a whole lot. Most of the time, I just have people come through. You toss them into a fire and they make a pretty color. Look! She reaches in, she grabs a little handful, and she tosses it into the fire next to her and goes, it's sort of purple.
Oh my god. How much?
Well, let's see. I got these little baggies here. Holds about a handful. 5 gold?
I said, how much do you have?
Oh! roll 20 at the moment, so I can't tell which rolls to try to get to.
I rolled none.
Would you look at that? A natural 20.
The DM says he rolled a 3.
Roll a 3. Okay, so the reading for the tarot card, when she lays out the cards and she has you choose how many cards that you want, and she starts doing the reading, and it comes out, and she's looking through them all, and she's like, this actually isn't terrible. It looks like a fairly neutral reading. Your immediate future seems to be fairly good, but with this card here that's upside down, that one is a little bit of a word of caution that maybe sometime in the very near future you might come across a little bit of conflict, maybe some difficulties, possibly with a friend or regarding money that might come.
I think it will.
Alright, so let's see, you pull that open. It says, oh dear. I'm sorry, I'm being told something by the DM is snapping at me over here. So the one that you got in the scroll was going to be the one with neutral word of caution, but the immediate fortune that she does for you, she says, oh, you'll be recognized by somebody that you don't remember. That's the stranger card here, and this one foretells excitement or something, and this card here is family, possibly
It takes 10 minutes to cast, but yeah, you can do it.
I'll do this for later. I'll do that for later.
Okay.
Uh,
Can I poke it?
You can totally poke it. It doesn't do anything at the moment.
we will actually put the necklace on.
Okay,
Why not?
cool. You have a crystal on a leather thong around your neck. So go ahead and add crystal necklace as a miscellaneous item to your character sheet.
See, Liam's a wood elf. He has to be a hippie right now. This is like totally like channeling
It's a crystal of the Green Palace.
his. Chris, uh, Silas was sort of about to start heading back to the carriage and politely waiting for everybody, but an idea occurs to him and he circles back and asks Christine if you happen to have any potions that would amplify the power of someone's spellcasting.
Amplify someone's spell casting. Um,
Increase the power of a spell.
I don't think there's a particular potion.
At this point, you guys hear a peal of hideous laughter from the front of the cart.
And we turn to see.
Knick-Knack is putting his hands back behind his back.
How you doing over there, bud?
Yeah, what's going on? Wow.
Okay. Great. Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't that be alright?
What a question. Yeah. Um, indeed. Well, Christine, it's been lovely running into you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does anybody else want to buy it? Surely this is an excellent opportunity for us to stock up on healing potions and such. I'll certainly pick one up.
If you'd like to know.
The 6 gold for the piece.
Oh, okay.
You said the thing.
If you wanted to know an exact inventory of what she has on her shelves right now, everything is labeled. And I can run you through that out of character if you want. So she does carry regular potions of healing. She has 2 potions of greater healing. Now there was 5, but she now has 3 recently. A selection of braided leather bracelets, honey and healing incense, soaps, astrological potions, tarot decks, and 3 potions of climbing. 4 potions that are labeled dark vision, 1 potion of invisibility, one little bag labeled disappearance. If you were to pick it up or shake it, it sounds like there's sand, dust in there. A potion of speed, a potion of superior healing, and a potion of clairvoyance.
What are the prices on the potion of listed next to the potion of invisibility and the dust of disappearance?
Dust of disappearance is listed. If you pull the blue tag over it, it says 300 on it, and the invisibility, it says 198.
Oh, no. We go for that. We all want to take in for it. I wouldn't mind having that potion of invisibility. Anita will certainly go in on a potion of invisibility. That's the disappearance. If it's dust, so like, does it affect anything? Yeah, exactly.
You and each creature or object. Looking at my notes. Oh no. I just made a terrible mistake. I accidentally wrote over my notes on an Excel spreadsheet here. Okay. So what Dust of Disappearance does is you throw it in the air, you and each creature and object within 10 feet of you becomes invisible for 2 d4 minutes. The duration is the same for all subjects. The dust is consumed when magic takes effect to give music.
Anita would absolutely like the dust. I'll go halves on it with you, Anita. All right. Something I just said out of character because in character, of course, I'm very good at referring to you exclusively as Kev. Yeah, to be fair, the constant smile plastered on your face does mean I'm not looking at Anita. I do get reminded that it's Callie.
Really wants to make that like, he said, at the time, writing the song, and you're hoping to tell it the right meaning. Now do you have to rewrite the whole thing from scratch? What?
Well, unless you want to write about 10 or 12
Okay.
Yeah, to clarify, Anita and Silas, as Todd Kelly has purchased the Dust of Disappearance, we went halves on it, and I think Steve is putting it in your character sheet.
I am. And then,
Yeah, are you buying the potion of invisibility?
I only have 50 gold.
That's the potion of invisibility. Wanted it. Sorry, we didn't get it.
yeah. I think it'll come in whatever.
It's 13.
All right.
It's a blast.
I'll put 40 gold on it, just because it's something that I really want.
On the potion of invisibility?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Anita and Silas have gone halves on the Dust of Disappearance. For the potion of invisibility, if you guys are putting in that contribution of 50, if Silas can hang on to it, maybe pop it in an emergency and pick up the other 150. If it makes sense with the plan for somebody else to have it for any sort of planned job we do, obviously they'll give it to you for the plan.
Okay.
So, work in the meanwhile?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay, cool. Then, Christine, I'll also buy the potion of invisibility if you don't mind us clearing out your stock of a couple of these.
No, this is great. This is going to get me to the next town.
Okay. Yeah, if the Arabelle treated you a little poorly, then, and if we should be broke on our way in,
It'll probably feel a lot better. Yeah, sure. Do you want me to box all these up for you? I can put them in a little crate with some straw, unless you guys have some potion boxes.
Don't make that effort. I think we have, Nick, don't we have compartments for potions in that bag of...
I slightly taste that, yes. Yeah, plenty of things.
Yeah, and and Callie and I always have, lots of pockets for... like, sort of...
I'm sure you have lots of pockets.
A couple of surreptitious gestures for, partying back in the day, why it's always good to be able to have a small bag on you. We'll be fine, thanks.
Alright, so she's gonna pull the potion of invisibility down and hand that over to Mr. Knickknack and make us the gold.
All right, you guys done here at Christine's cart?
Yes, I think so.
Absolutely, I hope I run into you again. Let me know how your adventures go. You're absolutely welcome. I'll try and get those restocked by the time you come back around. Oh, and if you run across any ingredients, I do buy materials for crafting potions, and I can craft things that I don't necessarily have here if y'all can be around in the area and our schedules meet up. I'm leaving tonight from here, but if we run into each other again and you guys have the ingredients to make something, I can make something for you.
Wonderful. I made a mustache.
What is this?
He made a mustache.
You made a mustache.
Mustache.
You know, I don't mean to sound rude, but you don't usually do that.
It's no magic. Yes.
Okay.
It's okay, Nick. I can't grow a mustache.
Yes. And this man kind of like plays with. Pretty sure it's real.
All right, so you guys head on off and wave to Christine as she packs up her cart and gets ready for the rest of her trip. And you guys are headed into the town of Arabelle. Anything you guys want to do before actually going into the town proper?
I almost believe myself out making disguises for everybody. I'll go buy potions of invisibility.
We should put all of our gold into a bag of gold. That way it will
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah, if it were 2020, Silas would just say LOL at you out loud as a suggestion. So I really putting my gold in someone else's pocket, but thanks for the suggestion.
Especially me. Somebody takes the bag. What am I gonna do?
Let's give it to someone who's super observant.
don't worry, I don't have a lot of it.
I have a feeling.
But do you guys know? Do you know less traveled way in the city versus going back?
A good way to get in and out of the city. I would imagine.
But I mean, if it exists, sure. But does it exist, Eric? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, you guys would have at least one way out.
Sure.
You probably can't get the cart in there. You probably can't get the carriage in there, but you could park it out here if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's the option. I know if we want to bring the horses and dogs with us, we're definitely gonna have to go different. If we're only planning on staying one night, we can leave them with some food. The dogs and horses can hang out here, a little outside of town for less than 24 hours. But I would rather probably just bring them in the front gate and put them in a normal stable.
What are we doing for next week? Like, what are we doing for here just for the night to like rest up and ask questions? Or are we
Ask questions, and we don't know how long we're staying until we hear the answers. I understand. Is that right, Bert? Is that others who understand as well?
I mean, our main thing is to figure out why the desert is growing further south.
Yeah. My question is, like, who in this town would know that? Like, why would somebody in this little...
Oh, I don't know. There are some movers and shakers that pass through Airville. There's things to buy and things, sort of business attention when you don't want anybody else watching. There might be some people here who have an idea of that.
There's the tavern we're supposed to check into. Next month.
Right? I don't remember.
I think we need to try and tackle that.
Yeah, let's go to Falcon's Rest. I was there when we were here last. It was a lot of fun. Let's start there.
That would make me nervous. Then again, this whole place makes me nervous.
All right.
Damn, you gotta lean into it. Todd and Callie were created to survive the Arabelle because we leaned into it. You gotta drink and laugh and have a great time because it's the only way you enjoy the town. But if so, you can really
How about I'll just follow you to you?
Okay.
There you go. The Jaunty's gonna. Would you call it jaunty, Anita?
A jaunty.
Yeah, exactly. She's gonna be your hype man right now.
Nick Nack's gonna, while you're playing the Dulcimer walking through the streets, Nick Nack's just gonna be singing along to the lyrics of the bar song. Especially playing a lot of instruments a lot. And, little, you might change the words to it. Oh my goodness.
As you guys are going into the town and Nick Nack is singing, let's get a performance check from Nick Nack.
Surely with Anita because she's playing with Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Going in this town, I want to check to see if there's, oh my god.
I don't want to change it. I really don't want to.
I know. What are you doing, Liam? We're going to get to Nick Nack here in a second. What are you doing?
I want to make sure that there's, I'm going to keep an eye out and see if there's any of those individuals I was told to stay away from.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your perception check. As Anita, you have never heard one of your songs more butchered and off-key in your entire life. He remembers none of the lyrics except for the words Nick Nack. Yep.
How the hell did you say my name wrong? It's like the easiest thing, it's the easiest name that we have. Lem.
Question, Eric, what time is it?
You guys are coming in just before dusk.
Okay, my mage armor is still up, so
Yep.
I didn't watch.
Yes, you did. Yep, you got plenty of time.
I mean, I will, as I had to sort of do a very quick job of it, I'll use a few tools you might guys get to just go back to Todd
Okay. Cool. So basic Todd. It's Chad Todd. It's Chad Todd. Got it.
Like, yeah, exactly. Pop's color Todd is
Mhm.
probably more accurate. Unfortunately,
Todd?
I mean, I did say Pop's collar.
Yep.
Point. So like 2000, like early 2000s.
All right.
No, present 2000s crop, bro, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right. Any other preparations you guys want to do before just entering the city? No?
Set, Cal.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Well, I mean, I think we're.
Who has this is a letter from Jerome. Didn't we get a letter from Jerome?
He has a note that tells you guys you have free room and board at the Falcon's Rest. He
I assume that you had that on.
Yeah. Okay. And how was that signed?
it was signed BC.
I thought that was somebody else, but yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yep, and that's
I've got the letter of rec as well. If that's what you're thinking.
that's the letter of recommendation. Yep,
You got the letter of recommendation.
and that's for the Falcon's Rest. You were told that either there or at the Elf Skull Tavern are the two places to investigate here in Arabelle.
No, let's start at the Falcon's Rest. That's I was there at least once when I was in town, and I had a lot of fun there. Let's start there.
Okay.
All right.
So, as you guys come into Arabelle proper, the mood changes after you enter the gate, and you guys start kind of getting the sense this is not the exact party town you guys quite remember. It's more of a dark and watch your pockets type town. Knick-knack singing has attracted some attention from people in the alleyways, and
Will be looking in my pockets, by the way. And everything I've got on.
okay. All right, go ahead and roll perception checks, please.
Someone's throwing horseback.
Yep, that's right.
Liam is terrified, and he is looking around like no one knows.
All right.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that's my down 20. I'm going to restart my computer real quick. I rolled a 13 on perception, and then hopefully I won't have this from the campfire as well.
Okay. All right. So as you guys are walking through Rebel, both Todd and Callie, also known as Silas and Anita, they know where they're going through the town. It's fairly obvious which way you're supposed to go, but I would like you guys to roll a survival check, Anita, just to make sure you're guiding them along not the darkest alleyways to get to where you are going.
Yes. One quick question. Are we in a random area? Like, if there's a hard random?
Yeah, you guys decide not to sneak in. So, because you're not sneaking in, you guys have all of your possessions in the wagon and on your persons and such.
Does Liam see any of the figures that he's looking at for?
You're looking for them, but you don't see them. Not with the 10. No. Yeah.
Oh, Silas does suggest to everybody, by the way, that because presumably the dogs are walking right alongside the carriage. So
Mhm.
Silas does suggest to anybody that's nervous, feel free to throw your bags in the carriage and woe be unto whatever thief tries to get past 6 masters to get to your fucking that might be an idea.
Okay. So, you guys just going to keep your possessions on you, or who's going to put stuff away in the cart?
He's definitely on the cart. He's gonna walk next to the cart as he leads through the streets.
Okay.
Liam's gonna have the small amount of possessions that he has on him.
All right.
The books are all the books, but one of them are in the carriage. The one on him is the
Okay. All right. So you guys make your way all the way over to the Falcon's Rest. As you guys approach, it is a very large structure. Kind of feels like a museum from the outside. And you guys can tell that it's fairly nicely repaired. And as you guys walk in, the light on the inside of the Falcon's Rest is actually fairly bright. It is magically infused, and they have displays of all sorts of wildlife in the museum section of this tavern. And
Is there a
Mhm.
place for us to keep our horses and animals? It's just I talk to you outside.
yeah, outside there is a doorman who will valet park the carriage out back.
Okay. I do. What I'll ask him. Say, we'll tell him. Say, hey, we plan to probably stay here for the night.
All right, no problem.
How long to take care of these animals? And take care of them for till tomorrow.
Give me 5 gold. I'll make sure they're safe for the night. Okay. All right, come on, guys. And he nods to the alleyway to the right, and 3 young men come out of the alleyway and start escorting everything, the cart, the dogs, the horses, around back of the building to take care of them. Okay. And as you walk in, you can tell that all of these animals are taxidermied. These are prizes that have been brought to the Falcon's Rest as a museum of people's adventurings from around the world. There are exotic birds and animals of all types, and they have descriptions and little placards that tell the story as far as where the animals came from, etc. Beyond the first couple rooms like this, there is a little welcome podium, and there's a woman behind the podium taking reservations for dinner. What would you guys like to do at this point?
I think okay. These taxidermy animals have like plaques with like descriptions on them.
They do.
I just want to let me know when you guys got taken care of the reservations. I'm just gonna do some reading. It's like
The second group, so I'll go with you.
All right, so you're going to go and look at all the exhibits and such.
Oh, that Anita and Silas should do the payment reservations.
Okay. Those of you who are looking at the exhibits, Anita and Silas, are you guys going to handle the reservations?
At the Falcon's Rest, yeah.
Okay. All right. So the people who are hanging out, Cass, where are you going? Are you hanging out at the exhibits, or are you with Anita and Silas, or have you disappeared?
Probably has disappeared.
Okay, Cass has disappeared. You guys don't know where Cass went. But the 3 of you guys who are looking at all the exhibits here, you guys gain advantage on identifying any of the creatures that are in here. So, going forward, any of the creatures that are listed as being at the Falcon's Rest, mostly avian or lizards, will be easily identified by you guys.
Under the guise of looking at them, Liam kind of wants to subtly, like, put his hands on walls to try and, like, find good, like, pulleys, levers, switches.
You will actually roll a perception check, because this seems like the kind of place that you would be able to find that kind of thing. With the 10, you find a couple little maintenance doors that open up, and inside there's a dusting, a duster and a couple rags and a little maintenance closet. And you feel exulted that you were able to find this behind the wood paneling, but disappointed at the contents.
I'm going inside of the closet. There's nothing else to it. It's just a little.
It's a dusty maintenance closet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple feathers that have been pulled off of one of the taxidermied animals, but otherwise nothing of interest in there, unless you want a mop.
There. So maybe we can take out the little sending stone and say, while you're here, make sure to like go wall, check the floor, check the ceiling, everywhere for any sort of hidden doors or anything like that.
Okay.
And Cass, if you can hear us, please come back. You know, hashtag our roguelike. Cass, Liam is terrified. Like, I feel like if someone throws up behind him, like, boom, he might piss himself just a little bit. I think when he says that character, he doesn't act like that's the book out. Right? I think that was out of character. Gosh.
All right. So, Anita and Silas, what are you guys doing?
We will head to the innkeeper at the Falcon's Rest and start getting availability. And as soon as like plans in the road, I think both of us have this habit, but we'll be glancing around if there's anybody in the room that knows us, and just to make sure we remember what names they know us as.
Okay. Seeing into the area beyond here, you don't recognize anyone off chance. What name are you going to give the innkeeper?
Anita and Silas discussed it earlier, and we feel pretty comfortable going and spending time in Arabelle with John Callie. So I'll double check with Anita as we met it, sort of a side plan. If it's still good with John Callie before we start up.
Okay. So, you are given a singular room key, and given directions.
Inquire as to how many are available.
How many rooms are available?
We let them know that it's a group. If you're assuming we let them know our numbers and they gave us one room key, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure that there's communication.
Yeah, they look at the letter of recommendation that you presented, and they give you one room key. And they point down the hall to a set of stairs that go up. And they tell you, have a nice day.
Great.
If you want dinner, dinner is being served now and will be served until about midnight. Compliments, of course.
I need to get in just since Todd has been handling this. Is it possible for the word that we have accommodations getting food while they were practicing that?
Mm-hmm. Of course. Your bill's covered. Everything's fine.
So let's get a short rest and then back to go see what the room's got. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the day?
It is now just dusk, so sunset would be about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
What time for dinner?
Yeah, if they had discos.
Short rest.
All right, so you guys all go up except for Cass up to the room and take a short rest.
Real quick before we do it, hey guys, we're on, want to make continue with the thing that we were doing while we were on the road. I'll go eat something real quick and I'll come back and sleep for 4 hours. That way I can watch the room. I can see maybe we do all of the dog.
Yeah, I don't know if tonight that's a logistically convenient because I don't know if we necessarily have 4 hours. Like it would be great to have you at the meal with us and like talking to folks with us. And I think you'll also, I imagine, feel a little safer with the group of us downstairs than sleeping alone in the room. But and then tonight we can just go in regular shifts, and your shift will just be shorter.
Sure, I think we can do that.
Great.
All right.
Or
As you guys walk in, this is a penthouse. They have multiple rooms. This is a suite with sub bedrooms within it. Each of the sub bedrooms has a queen size bed. The beds are all feather beds, down pillows, satin sheets. This place would be fit for royalty. As you guys walk in here, the rug is a good inch and a half thick. It is plush and extremely extravagant. The hardwood floors are well polished and waxed. Everything in here is perfectly the way you would want it in a penthouse.
as we walk in and we're looking at this level of luxury, Silas turns to Anita and says, "Helen, my name is." We probably should have said we were Jacob and Gina. Right? But Todd and Callie are that's fine. But I was just, I mean, Helen, look at it.
You would have thought that Gina and Jacob would have
Yeah, that's true. We would have just had to like talk to the manager in a minute.
Nick Jack runs over to her room yelling dibs.
Yeah, we all settle in and like, just sort of slowly unpack our things, relax, maybe take a nap, whatever it is folks do for an hour to get a short rest.
Okay. So you guys kind of take a load off, rest, and you guys go ahead and push that short rest button, get you guys all situated, and get ready for dinner. A little bit of a wash up. There is a washroom with a little basin of clear, cool water. And yeah, you guys are all rested up, and if you wanted to, you can clean up before heading down to dinner.
I'm going to use some of my soap and take a bath.
Okay.
Are we just are we using it guys to get our
That's up to you. If you'd like to, yes. Otherwise, you need to take a long rest in order to just recover everything.
Yeah, but we're going to be going back up. Anita has this.
I think it's comfortable to eat dinner in regardless.
While everyone's taking a short rest, William is in a tear apart room. Not literally, but like make sure that there's no other like secret doors or anything like that.
Roll and investigate. Go ahead and roll investigate. You will find in your bedroom where you are looking that near the bed there is a false panel near the head of the bed that opens up, and inside there is a safe.
I wish I could knock.
You go knock.
I don't have knock. I wish I did.
Oh, do you knock on his door, or what do you want to do?
Oh, I thought that's not for the safe.
Oh, you're going to knock the safe. Okay.
I wish I had knock.
Oh.
I think hard open.
The opposite of knock.
Is it open or is it?
Do you try to open the safe?
Liam is gonna take the setting stone. Hey, whoever this said there's not a safe in my room. People check it out.
Isn't that like sprinkled over like over the door?
I don't know. Chef's technician is right now, but we might, we can save it for when they get back.
Just get the fuck over here, you society.
We're good. I would like to try to check that.
Okay.
Safe next.
The safe is not magical.
All right, folks.
I'm gonna check real quick. I'm gonna check to be safe for traps.
Okay.
Is that an investigation check as well, or?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You do not detect any traps.
Well, that's intimidate.
Fine.
Yeah, you do not intimidate the traps.
Oh, okay. Tell me if you have any traps.
You do not detect any traps.
Okay. Medicine investigation and intimidation on me beyond your soul.
Knick-knack, you do not detect any traps.
Wonderful.
Now,
I'm gonna put my hand to the door of the safe and gonna cast minor alchemy. Just turn it into a sand.
Okay. The front door of the safe dissolves into a pile of sand, revealing nothing inside.
Accept instructions on how to use the safe while you're studying it.
Exactly right. It has the combination on the little instruction sheet. It, the whole thing is right there, and it says that each room is provided with one of these safes.
Can knick-knack
Liam
run
is
into
gonna-
his notes?
Lee was gonna place a gold down and write a note that says sorry about the mistake.
Okay. Knick-knack, what are you doing? Just walking away?
Hey! What the fucking thing is done?
Look, where is there a creature I can see that every saw in the
like a worm of some kind? Yeah, there were a couple invertebrates down there, sure.
Oh my god, is that a dude worm?
Now I'm going to take some bags, like some small bags that I have, filled with some sand, and pocket some sand.
Do you then end your concentration, Knick-knack?
Yes.
You now have bags that are completely solid metal. You have lumps of steel in your bags.
I'm gonna throw in a next magic next
So one of the bags hits the ground behind you there, Knick-knack.
Jesus, you could have done that to somebody else. Not somebody.
As you leave the room, Knick-knack, as you leave the room and go towards the main living area, you do detect magic over in the bathroom area where Anita would be.
Can I run to the bathroom?
Sure.
There's magic in here.
Yes, there is.
Where's magic?
Hey, Knick-knack, maybe you should knock next time. Yeah, we'll get the apartment in that perfect manner. Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Oh shit. Bye. Bye.
All right. So, what do you guys want to do at this point?
So we want to pull the inside at some point. Just before we move our hand up and try to tell them to get ready to use this here. It's a party thing, but it can get more used.
So how long did you try?
Just hold on to it until we
Okay. How long did you try?
It adjusts to be your size.
So it looks like a giant unicorn.
Yeah, just like, yeah, at your size, it looks like one of those large dinner fork decorations at like one of those little French cuisine places. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Cool. So, anything else you guys want to do? As Anita, I assume, will eventually be done with her makeup.
She's finishing up right now.
What is she wearing at the moment? As Knick-Knack, I'm sure, is like at the door wanting to get into the bathroom.
She's got an undressing gown on, and it is very dramatic. She's decent as one would say. So, Midnight is welcome to go to her and that is as you can watch the bathroom.
Okay, Knick-Knack, what are you doing? You going in?
Yes.
All right.
That is that magic.
As you look around, the bathtub itself is magical.
Can I take a few minutes past identify?
Sure. The
The bathtub speaks its identity.
no, the bathtub has a bit of abjuration magic on it in that with the correct command word, which you find on a small card off to the side, it will heat the water to whatever desired temperature, and it will also provide a current inside the bathtub, as in we would be familiar with a jacuzzi.
I will be using this when we're done eating.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't happen to have any more soda, do you?
Are you going to activate the bathtub, Knick-Knack?
Oh, yes.
Okay. It has slow, medium, high, and extreme for speeds.
Need for speed extreme.
Extreme.
Okay. And yes, Knick-Knack, the answer to your question is yes. But yeah, as you tell the bathtub to go to the extreme, the bathtub begins to swirl, and it looks like a whirlpool. Not like a whirlpool tub. We're talking like a whirlpool in nature going around a good 30 miles an hour inside the tub. If you were to jump in here, you would be going for a ride.
Actually, I'm gonna lower it. I'm gonna drop it down to the end.
Okay. It
Guys, come on, look how fast it goes.
Yeah, it's got that little rippling at the surface where you can tell that there's definitely motion inside the tub.
Who wants to give it a test ride?
I just got out of the tub, so I needed. I don't think it's
You know, Knick-Knack, that could be good.
I can't go alone. I'll get out.
It is a deep tub.
That's good, actually. Yeah, I'm hungry. I don't
Yeah, that
So no one's interested in getting tub. Okay.
was just later.
That exists. Nita can join whenever.
All right. So you are left in the bathroom by yourself, Knick-Knack, as everyone's going out to dinner.
Okay. I'll get back to the this, but what that was supposed to
Oh, yeah. All right. So you guys head down to dinner. The hostess at the front of the restaurant welcomes you guys in and will take you to a table. And as you guys walk in, the tables are very nice. They're thick wood with wooden chairs covered with leather skins. And it's a bit of a underground environment, kind of like a wine cellar where they keep cheese and bread, etc.
Kind of like an English pub.
Yes,
One that's kind of like the middle of nowhere.
right.
Last in Hog Valley Revere, this was a decent place to buy under the table supplies. Does this look like that might still be the case?
This wasn't that.
Check on the vibe of the place.
You might be able to find someone like that here. This is kind of an upscale establishment, though. You don't really get it as this is where you would be getting illicit substances or illicit goods. This is more of where you're going to be drinking and partying. Um,
Fine, also.
on
Fine.
on the more legit side.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
Any of those figures down there that I'm looking out for?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Any of those figures that are down there that I'm looking out for?
There are not. Down here, you feel very safe, actually.
Well, I'm hungry.
Yeah, let's get food. Let's go downstairs. Not downstairs, just like the first floor. We'll go there, get food. Oh, the basement's a lot of fun. But we'll go there later after dinner. But we'll go down to. No, maybe Cas will join us at dinner. They know where we're staying, so let's just head down and get some food. Sure.
All right. So you guys sit down, and the waitress brings some food for you guys. It's a variety of seafood, which is interesting because you are so far away from the coast. But it is all fresh. It is very good. It is seasoned perfectly and cooked amazingly well. There is some risotto, some nice green salad with olives. There is salmon and clams and oysters. Uh, Wonderful meal. Just absolutely delectable. Probably the best meal you've had in a good month or two.
And if you see risotto, bring them up
I
there.
try.
Risotto.
I do my best. So, um, what would you guys like to do?
So, do we have, who's serving us? Who's waiting?
It's a young lady. She did not introduce herself, uh, and she does not have a name tag, but she's a young lady, probably early 20s, kind of on the mousy side. Um, she's attractive, not like, super hot, but, you give her a 4 or 5.
When we get close to the end of the meal, I'm gonna ask her if she comes by. I'm gonna ask her, hey, we're in town. Where do, where do we get the word on the street? Where do we get the word on the street? Find out what's going on in town. Where's a good place to understand what's going on, the politics of the town?
She looks around at your question, and she seems a little bit nervous. Um, I'm not sure I should be talking about that, sir. Maybe you ask around on your own, or I'm not sure that's really my business.
Sure, sure it's your business, because I just asked you.
She's gonna go ahead and roll a persuasion. Go ahead and roll a persuasion. I love the -1 on that. She, as you say that, she turns and she hustles away, and she's not going to be coming back to your table. A different waiter is going to come to your table later.
I didn't think this is too nice for us. Well, it's all paid for, so let's do that. Oh yeah. Like Nita and Silas, we've gotta get some information on them. We've gotta.
Yeah, we're happy to. Don't. It wouldn't be a bad. I mean, you don't have to spend too much effort on it. But while we're in town, it wouldn't be an awful idea to refer to us as Todd and Callie, just in case we get overheard. But yeah, we're happy to start asking around as soon as we can. I think we got here a little late to maybe get a great start on information gathering tonight, but we can at least maybe put out some feelers after dinner for with that.
Morning, yeah, just hit the streets.
Yeah, could be. But there's still enough time tonight to. I don't know. I think Todd and Callie should at least just do a little bit of a check, see if there's any opportunity to have some fun, and then do work tomorrow. And then, for all we know, it's the last we're in Erebor. So, yeah. So we'll put out some feelers after dinner.
Okay. as the wine is coming by, the waiter that has the wine is a gentleman in his late 20s, a very well manicured goatee, short hair. And he comes up and he starts serving the wine and he whispers down to you, Todd, "Are you here for a rematch?"
Sure. I'm not.
Meet me at the end of the hall. We'll get you situated. Your friends are welcome, of course, as always.
Oh, I see. You get has the gentleman left?
He's left from the table at the moment. He left the wine bottle in a bucket of ice, which is strange because you guys don't usually get ice in Faerun.
I say, I lean over to Knick-Knack and I say, I don't really remember, but I'll let you know. And I grab the bucket of ice, and did the gentleman say to meet him in the hallway?
Yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I should carry the bucket of ice. Can I do a quick insight check to see if I recall, I know that there's something in the bucket of ice, but I would be expecting him to bring it with him to the hallway. I think that
No, all that's in the bucket of ice is just the wine bottle. You're not supposed to be bringing it with you.
Okay, then I will just, I'll just get up and, I just say to Knick-Knack that I'm not sure, but I'll let you know. And I say, follow me, because we're done eating, right? You said it's
Sure.
And get up and start heading down the hallway.
Okay, you're going to head down the hall. Awesome. And he's going to walk you down a little bit of a hall to the left as you exit the restaurant proper. And that's up to you guys. Do you guys want to follow him or not? Okay.
Yeah, but I want to do the thing, but like, yeah, before, in between that and after Rilo says, like, talk to that.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I wanted to find her.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
I just wanted to find her real quick and ask her a question.
Who, the waitress?
Yeah.
Okay. You can probably find her. Go ahead and roll and investigate.
Wow.
You do not find her.
I'll ask the guy who's talking to Silas when I see him there.
Okay. What did you want to ask? Is he is leading you guys away down the hall?
I don't expect you to remember all you patrons, but in the last year or so, have you seen this person who would cast minor illusion very well?
He looks at you and tells you to put that away. All right.
As for, we did, no, I guess Silas would have been able to overhear from them first.
I mean, he wasn't being super discreet about it. I mean,
Yeah, that is sort of about to be Silas's point. He will just sort of tap Liam on the arm and be like, "Hey, I'm genuinely happy to try and help you look into the stuff that's making you nervous, but if there's stuff making you nervous in town, I think asking questions about it might end up just putting an old expression for like king on their radar that would be more in character, but might end up might end up attracting attention. Asking particular questions themselves might be what does the very thing that makes you nervous, which is being seen. Might
All right, go ahead and roll deception, please.
Great question. No, is it? Alright, that's fine.
That's pretty good.
I realized I have to not click the check anymore. I have to go back to clicking the on 20. So the first one to go through. But the 17 is nothing.
Okay. As you are going through, he nods, and you come up to a small panel in a corner of the exhibits that you guys had been looking at earlier. And he presses on a certain panel, and it rotates out of the way, revealing a stairwell down into a bit of darkness with a torchlight at the end of the stairwell. What would you like to do?
I'm chill. I turn around and I just look at the group and just very briefly and like eyes a little wide and I say, this is gonna be so much. Get ready. Starting.
You guys going to follow him downstairs?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and take you guys down the stairs. Sorry, I was getting a message. And there you guys are. What would you like to do? As you guys are gonna be on the far right-hand side of the map.
Oh, shit. Few minutes, folks. Are we all still following this individual, or did we
They open the door, they let you guys in, and then they close that secret panel behind you.
I lead the group forward and left.
give me a second here? Give me a second. I'm just gonna take a
Tying his ship.
I just need a few minutes to get our other friend here. The ritual cast unseen servant.
Okay.
When you're
Speaking
done,
of
I'm
other
going to.
I thought I actually meant to ask you this while we were on the road, but are we going to be visiting your brother while you're here? I thought you said you had a brother that lived around here. Didn't you?
I have a brother.
Yeah, I thought I could have sworn at some point when we were all chatting you mentioned that. Somebody, what was his name? God, I can't remember. I guess I'm remembering somebody else in the group. Sorry.
Yes.
While he's casting that, you can go right here and try to, right there and try to see, like, what's past it.
You don't have to listen to him, but if you try and like walk forward, I will, Silas, as Todd, will put a hand on your chest and like recommend you wait a moment for the next dungeon.
Sure.
Obviously, I'm not gonna like try and force you. It is a suggestion.
I have an intern.
Well, I was thinking, maybe I could,
They're expecting.
cast that patch without a trace thing that I did before, maybe.
Oh no, they haven't mentioned that. I'll introduce you. They recognize me. I'll introduce you to Todd's friend.
Okay.
All right. So
I got a native torch going forward.
the light up ahead there looks like it's been lit. It is in a sconce. Looks like it's fairly decently lit.
I do sort of gesture, and I assume Anita is going to be walking beside me.
Okay.
If she is, Silas will just take a quick moment as we're walking to lean to her a little bit, and say, "Okay, I'll be perfectly honest. I was pretty drunk, so my memory is a little fuzzy, and this was one of the nights when you were singing, and it was just Jesse and the guys that were here, but I'm pretty sure it was a lot of fun. So, let's go. Yeah. I mean, fuck it, right? Yeah. So we just lie. Yeah, I think we're fine.
And as you approach, the woman behind the desk there looks up and says, "Ah, welcome back, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are you here to participate or are you here to spectate tonight?"
Well, I brought a handful of friends with me. I wasn't necessarily sure what would be their
would recommend to my friends here who are here their first time. They're not quite sure what to expect. I've brought virgins.
Ooh, and she looks at each of you in turn. Go ahead.
But Anita laughs at me and suggests that it's not good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Anita snorts at the suggestion about her.
Well,
But
well, since you know what you're doing, I mean, of course, you get more enjoyment out of it if you participate. So I would recommend participation of anyone who deems themselves capable.
sure.
Ambiguousness, statements. What the hell is going on?
Do you not know where you are?
Never been to this city before.
The guys on either side here put their hands on their swords.
Yeah, don't mind my friend. He's a little nervous, but he's gonna have a great time, just like the rest of us do. I wouldn't. Sorry about it, Liam.
That's right.
Yes, and we just had a lot of wine at dinner. Sorry about that.
Of course, of course. What name should I put down?
Let's go ahead and put down Todd.
Okay. And who else? Just Todd today?
Todd, Callie, and their merry friends.
Okay. And are you participating together or individually tonight?
Well, I think together makes the most sense as a group.
Okay, I will warn you that the environment is rather limited in scope, and we have very limited selection tonight. So do be cautious and careful. I will need you each to each sign the waiver, and she hands a document onto the table to you guys, and it is written in a language I'm not sure you guys will recognize. And it's not really a document, it's really more of like a guest book. And there are a good 150 pages before the point where she's asking you to sign. And as you guys thumb through it, all of these pages have different signatures on them.
Todd will, if possible, sign for everyone. I will write down Todd, Callie, and their merry friends, so that nobody else is actually putting. You notice a moment where Todd turns around and only you guys are able to see his face, and there's a moment of quick calculation and very brief concern, and he decides that he's going to pick up the book. He'll be the only one signing, and I'll just sign for Todd, Callie, and their friends.
Okay. She takes the book, says, "Thank you. Have a wonderful time." And the door at the end of the hall here opens up.
Okay, Todd.
It's kind of like Disneyland. Do you celebrate Halloween where you're from, Anita?
I mean,
It's almost exactly that.
So I think it is. Oh,
As you guys walk in, the music behind this door kind of cheers up a bit. And there's a dancer, there's a variety of individuals drinking and having wonderful little desserts. You can smell sweets being on the various tables. You see a large magical surface over here that is acting as a circular barrier to a little bit of a show that's going beyond, where a human is currently fighting against a halfling. The halfling has 2 daggers out. The human has a great long curved blade, and they are facing off and currently in the middle of combat.
But he seems seriously hurt. How far into the fight do you see?
They're each nicked. They have both been cut a couple times. The halfling is holding her own. She's got one nick on her right shoulder, but the human is looking really hurt.
I'll immediately saunter up and ask this.
The door behind you closes, just as a heads up.
Sorry, what?
As you guys leave that area, the door behind you closes.
Yeah. I will walk up to this young woman with a bowl in my hand and gesture her like questioningly at this table, asking if we can all sit around it.
She's dancing and she gestures to it and welcomes you to sit.
Great. I put a couple of gold in what I assume is like a small attached purse, but where I will hand her a couple of gold. And have a seat.
She leans over to you and asks you which room.
Not yet, but thank you.
Later then?
We'll see how the night goes.
Okay. She continues dancing and she will be visiting your table often.
That is exactly what I wanted for me and my friends to sit down at the table together. I'm not sure her name, but she'll be taking care of us for me.
Are they playing dice here?
They are not playing dice. These people here are eating and drinking and watching the fight. They are gambling on the fight. Who are you asking as far as the odds go?
Is there a board with odds around it?
There is not. This seems to be more of just casual betting amongst friends. And
Looking at the participants, does this seem to be a to the deck thing, or
as you ask that, the halfling jumps onto the human and stabs him multiple times in the chest. And he's rendered unconscious. She stands up, the crowd goes wild, and two guards walk up, grab him, and drag him away. But you can tell he's still alive at the moment. And
Somebody rushing to his aid.
you do not see anyone rushing to his aid. The halfling stands forth and says, "So, great patrons! Who's next?" And she gets a little note in her ear, and she's like, "Ah, well, looks like we have some newcomers tonight. We have Lurth and Grubba."
Google and quickly says that I may have misinterpreted what I wrote down, but I can easily say it was a mistake and like go up there and take care of this myself if you need to, if you'd rather sit and say, don't worry about it. I can easily smooth it over and say it was a mistake that I volunteered for this and that you're just here to bet and spectate, and that I interpret participate meaning betting.
okay? Seems fun.
The halfling says, "Lurth and Grubba." And the two orcs at this table here stand up and they walk forward. And the halfling's like, "You, Lurth, do you take Grubba to be your forever wedded foe?" And he goes, "I do." And she yells, "Darn right, now it's time for me to kick you in the nuts." And she's going to step back to the edge of the dais. He's going to stand back over there, and he's like, she walks forward. "And isn't married life grand?" As she comes through the barrier. And the orcs begin to go fight at each other. And they do not have any weapons. They are going to have a domestic brawl right here in front of everybody. And there's a broken nose, there's a dislocated jaw, there's a kick to the nuts, there's a slap across the face, claws come out, and he bites her on the back of the neck. She turns around and gives him a wedgie, kicks his ass, etc. And eventually, he turns around, and just as he's about to punch her, she stomps on his foot, breaking the arch of his foot. He crumples before her, and she punches him down onto the floor, at which point she stands on his head, taking a step over it, and back across the barrier to her table.
During that fight, Liam is going to lean over towards Silas and be like, I think they've ever fought anything common before. This is very inefficient. Try striking with a palm and maybe like using like not your shin before like the center of his foot.
Silas leans over and says, well, I'm glad you were focusing on that and spending less time worrying about what exactly I did sign us up for. Because honestly, watching this, our group maybe is about to become very close.
Honestly, I'm not surprised anymore.
Lurth drags his bloody body back to his table and slightly up to his chair, at which point he drags himself up into his chair with a sigh, grabs the beer, and says, yes, ma'am, we'll have a kid. And she looks super proud of herself. The halfling woman with the black paint across her eyes returns to the dais. So who's next? And she touches her ear and she's like, really? He's back? And she scans the crowd and she locks eyes with you, Silas.
Yeah, of course she does. Yeah.
A returning champion, Todd from Neverwinter.
And I say, champion, one name, like Cher or Moses or Jesus. You gotta just land it with time, guys. No land with this championship.
So, Todd, she gestures to the dais at the front. The magical barrier disappears. What would you like to do, Todd?
Todd, reigning champion, his posture, and steps forward. Does the sorcerer version of checking to make sure you still have your wallet on you and realizes, yeah, he still has like an hour and a half left on his mage armor? And still under.
Okay. She gives you a kiss on the cheek and grabs your ass. She tells you, just as you're about to leave her area, she whispers, get a couple bruises. It helps with the massage later. Alright, and the magical barrier goes back up. You feel a tingle on the back of your neck as it does appear over there. Alright, so sure, roll an Arcana check.
Okay, real life game is gonna go backwards.
It's a good time for us to take a quick 5-minute break anyway, so let's go ahead and do that. It's a good break point, so let's go ahead and take a quick 5 minutes, come back, and we'll be back at 3 or 4 after the hour. I'm sorry? Probably. Looks like you might have overcooked the risotto, man. It's supposed to flow on the plate.
Oh, did I?
A little bit. Give me just a second.
Where the fuck are you?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
You'll see me when you see me.
I actually need to take. Oh no, never mind. Dim can hear everything Delaney hears. Never mind. Yeah.
I did not know. I get very like sensitive to the river of insects.
No, all good. All good. I'll just send a message.
I know how it is about it. So huge deal.
And we tried to do.
Oh, actually, just put this headset on. Won't you?
Yeah, we can just put it. We can just have her put the headphones in when you need to talk to just Laney.
Okay. For just
Yeah,
a second.
here, I'll give you that. Yeah, the way you check it out on your laptop. It's fine. And just move Silas to another room, and I'll give Delaney the headset.
All right.
There you go.
All right. So, got a couple options for him to fight against. Um, there's a elf woman, there's a bard that looks like Marcel Marceau, there's a dragonborn sorcerer, there's a warrior named Trogdor, there's a rogue woman, there's a fighter belly dancer with scimitars that is a dervish, there is a muscled paladin, and then there is a mousy administrative woman.
Choices are hard, man. Yeah, let's go with the paladin.
Okay, cool. All right, so I will go ahead and roleplay as Mr. Cass.
Amazing. Love it.
All right, here we go. I'm sorry, what?
We were talking about goldfish.
Goldfish.
Sorry.
Just pat this on his back.
Okay. All right, so is everybody back? Do we have Silas normal back?
Yep.
Cool. All right. So, the halfling with the daggers up here with their eyes painted black gestures to Todd to come up to the dais, and she points right over here. And who should he face tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Who should he face? And the crowd mutters, and they're very cautious and a little bit trepidatious to recommend anybody. And then this guy here with the goatee yells out, "Have him face Sterling the Paladin!" And the halfling's like, "Any objections?" All right. And the guard here, right over here, turns around and you hear a jingle of keys, the opening of a door, and a paladin dressed in white and red armor walks up past you, gives you a bit of a shoulder check, being very rude, walks over to here, puts on a shield, draws a sword, and is ready for you.
Your paladin is kind of a douche.
Well, I don't know. Kind of like maybe he's that time.
Can I do an Arcana check on what this is?
Yep. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check because Anita did not recognize it. Okay. This is a magical... It's a magical barrier of protection. It is controlled by the halfling here. She has a magical item on her that allows her to turn it on and off like a garage door at will. But it is a static feature of this area. It prevents any weapons or damage from going through the barrier, thereby keeping the spectator safe. Alright. And so, at this point, I would like to get Todd to roll initiative. As Sterling gets a 6. Alright. We will go ahead and let you go first. As Sterling Champion bows before you, and he has a pair of red horns as his holy symbol across his chest.
Alright, so I will bow in return, and you said that
And the moment you bow, he charges you and is going to strike at you.
I thought, well, I only did that because you said my initiative was first, otherwise it would have been out of character.
Yeah, he had prepared action. He had a prepared action just in case you did that. He prepared his action the moment that they opened the door back here. He was ready to fight already. Oh yeah, he's a jerk. Alright, so the 7 does not hit you though. So, what would you like to do?
My bow was intended to be, I was like trying to do like as with the motion of bowing, I was gonna cast like Gust of Wind on my way up with a little bit of a flourish, but theoretically it was on my way up, so maybe it's just
Yeah.
second, but that was my intention, was I was gonna cast Gust of Wind.
Okay. So, let's see here. He needs to make a strength saving throw. Uh, 21 to not be blown away.
Let's make the strength saving throw.
Alright. So,
All magic.
do you recognize the holy symbol?
Do I see it?
Oh yeah, it's very obvious. He's got it multiple places all over his armor.
Do I recognize it?
Roll a religion check. No, you don't.
Fuck am I rolling? I hate this young.
Feel free, Nick Nack. Let's see if you recognize it. With the 17, you do recognize this as one of the holy symbols, an ancient arcane version of Asmodeus's holy symbol. This is a Hell Knight. This is a paladin of an evil god. No wonder, yeah. Alright, so you cast Gust of Wind. He's going to go ahead and strike at you and attempt to smite you. And the 9 will not hit you. He is very frustrated by this.
Todd has the power of God and Ant-Man at his side.
Alright, I am going to take one step back. Am I taking an opportunity attack from that?
Yeah, you are. Yep. And so he's going to swing out with his longsword and try to stab you. And he gets a natural 1.
Feel my pain, douchebag paladin.
Yeah, the douchebag paladin's douchey. What would you like to do? A chromatic orb. Alright, so to hit him, your chromatic orb splashes against his shield and he ignores it. As a shower of snow falls all around him. Ooh, you're using that here? Awesome. Okay, so he's going to take 4 damage, and a bolt of ice impales his shoulder. And you feel a tug on the back of your shirt.
Do I feel any, like, do I sense the presence on, like, how strong is the tug? Do I sense the presence standing behind me?
No, it's just kind of like, it's not even your jacket. It's like literally the shirt under the jacket. You feel the whole shirt just kind of move backward a little bit.
Well, I'm going to ignore that. And otherwise, it's good.
Okay. All right.
Oh, you're right. We do. Okay.
Yep. There we go.
So, FYI, as we talked about, I don't know if you saw, but per our conversation the other day, my tides of chaos have been spent since the nonsense about it in the middle of the day.
Yep.
You can wild out your search me at any point.
Mm-hmm. We're going to continue wild searching you for the time being.
No, that's fine. I just didn't know if you knew that it was even spent.
Yep.
Right now.
He's going to look at you, and he looks at where you're standing, and he is very excited by the fact of where you're standing. And he's going to run up to you with his shield and try to shove you backwards. And so, using his athletics, I need you to roll an acrobatics or athletics, your choice, to beat an 11. You are pushed backwards 5 feet down the stairs to the last step, which he follows with. And the crowd is super excited as the guards put their hands on their weapons. What would you like to do?
That was the action?
That's his action, was to shove you down the stairs a bit.
Okay. I'm making sure that, like, okay. Well, I'm prone.
Nope, you're not. You just got shoved backwards a little bit. You got shoved backwards 5 feet, down the stairs a little bit, but you kept your footing. And looks like the guards are very interested if you're going to put your foot down on the main floor.
Oh, gotcha. I'm not. So with my turn, I will use that.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Intelligence saving throw. And he makes it. At which point he is frustrated that you went there, and he's going to shift to here. And he goes back to his longsword and slashes at you again. And a 7 will not hit you. Damn, what the hell? Fine, whatever. Your turn.
Feel my pain, Aaron.
Dude hasn't rolled a good attack yet. So, opportunity attack as you run away. 13 won't hit you. An Eldritch Blast of 15. He puts his shield up, and your Eldritch Blast frosts over his shield, and he ignores it. At which point he charges up to you and slashes you again with his longsword. And this time he definitely hits you for 10 damage. And he's going to go ahead and he's going to put in a smite into that to do an extra 2d8. So an extra 4 damage, so a total of 14 damage into you with the one strike. Alright, so Winter's Rebuke. Alright, his dexterity saving throw. It's an 18, as he was ready for that frosty reflex.
Take half.
Yep.
I know
It chills his arm. As he takes 6 damage from your Winter's Rebuke. He is injured. He is definitely hurting. What would you like to do? Okay. This time it works. He clutches his head in pain. He is hurting badly as you see a little trickle of blood come out of his right ear and down his jaw and down his neck. Okay. He's going to take the edge of his shield and jam it up into your jaw.
Thankfully, the disadvantage prevents it from being a crit, but that still sucks.
Yeah, you're going to take 4 damage from the edge of his shield hitting you in the face. Okay. He rolls a 2. So he's going to take 6 points of psychic damage. And now blood is coming out of his nose and ears. And he's now crying blood from his eyes. As his eyes are completely bloodshot. Something is hemorrhaging in this guy's mind. He...
Alright, at that point, I will try and, like, yeah, I will back away and try and glance around and, like, flag down the halfling, because, like, I don't know what Todd got up to, but Silas would rather, like, not melt a dude's brain in the middle of this dais, so I'm gonna, like, at this point, just start backing away and trying to, like, flag down the halfling or the guards, just sort of gesture it, like...
They start booing at you.
Yeah. Alright. I assume it's not my turn.
Nope. He cracks his neck, takes his longsword, sheathes it for a moment, and slaps himself across the face. And all the blood pulls right back up into his eyes and up into his ears. His eyes glow bright red, and you can tell he is barely injured now.
Great.
He just healed for 20 damage.
Okay.
Your turn.
Fuck him up.
I mean, we fought monsters today, guys, and I have had one short I am right. It's good about Jake.
Says Champion Todd.
Alright.
You're the one that brought them down here.
Oh my god. And, you know, Todd is having a great time.
As he critically flubs his Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Apparently the sight of this paladin being self-healed like that is a little scary.
Oh shit, I never, sorry, this is late, but I didn't put it on the, but okay, here we go.
Knick-Knack, it would not be able to. Yep. Closest thing you'd be able to do would be to try to take the control from the halfling.
Oh, can I actually, can we maybe do a sleight of hand
To do what?
to try to take the control from the halfling?
Sure, go ahead.
If it's coordinated that Kate and Krishna have the halfling on the shoulder on the opposite side.
Okay, so with advantage, roll your sleight of hand check, Anita. Alright, let me grab the halfling, because I didn't expect you guys to be doing that. One sec. I have to go get her stats, because I have a character specifically for this. Yep.
How much worse?
Let Tommy check his time.
Watching you do that, like, was extra being even noticed?
She did not notice.
Would Liam notice?
Um,
Right next to him.
roll a perception check to beat a 15. Yeah, you saw Anita grab the remote from the halfling. All right, so Anita, you now have the control for the barrier.
Yeah. Anita's gonna motion to follow us back.
Okay.
I will whisper to Ryla what just happened.
She's gonna be wondering where that is in a few minutes.
Yeah, let's take the barrier down. We take the time to come. Let's take the barrier down and we'll just rush the kid.
Todd's holding his own. All right, how healthy are you, Mr. Todd?
Sorry, say that again?
How healthy is Silas?
Not.
Not healthy.
Not healthy.
How not healthy?
Here, let me update it on roll 20 for you so you can get a little glimpse there. Silence is good.
You got 2 hit points.
Anita's gonna hand the remote to Fitnet since Fitnet recognizes the magic and knows how to control it.
Okay.
I see how it is.
So, guys, I mean, if you guys are even talking about this or suggesting any of this, I think the best thing to do is let well, and then help Todd after the fight. I mean, otherwise, if we interrupt, we're going to have to fight everybody first. And I don't think that's going to go well for us.
Especially because there are individuals of, well, what I would assume to be regulars.
Yeah, I think it's best to let the fight play out. I don't know, but I'm just guessing.
I need you guys to roll a stealth check to have this conversation privately.
Ah! What the hell?
So,
What?
this guy right here whispers to you, guys, be cool. The guy here in the mustache and beard, that has the woman right next to him, he whispers to you guys, be cool. I got your back.
Can I don't trust anybody in this room. Can I make an insight check to see if he actually has our back or not?
Go ahead and roll an insight check, yeah. Yeah, guy sounds legit. He means what he says.
Eric, we need to have a talk about this.
All right.
So horseshit.
Up here on stage, I believe it is Silas's turn. Yeah, because I
Much as I wish.
no, it is Sterling. It's Sterling's turn. Sterling is going to draw his sword and he's going to taunt you and perform to the crowd. So performance check. 13, the crowd gets hyped at the fact he's going to kick your ass.
If possible, could Liam start doing the, oh, you ain't shit.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. And you got to beat the 13. Yeah, you're trying to discourage him. And he looks back across the way and he is distracted for the moment. So we are going to go ahead and cancel his dodge action for the round. What would you like to do, Mr. Todd? Who is? Oh, no. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Ooh, we're gonna do that, are we? Okay.
I mean, if we're interacting with the crowd, let's interact.
Yep. The Paladin of Asmodeus smiles at you and says, "You belong with me. We'd make great friends."
First, that's what we do. So it feels like it's not stuck on your end, not mine, but sure.
And he's going to come up to you and try to kick you with his booted foot as he's trying to render you unconscious. He just sidekick at you. 14 to hit you. Okay. So you dodge out of the way of his kick. What would you like to do?
Dodge out of the way of the kick, and dodge out of the way of the kick, and well, he had to get closer.
Yeah, he had to get closer to do that, yeah. Alright, gonna cause him another headache. He saved this time. Moving there. Okay. He smiles and reaches out to grab you. He's going to try to grapple you. An 11. Please roll your acrobatics or athletics to beat his. Acrobatics or athletics, your choice. Did we lose you? Did we lose Damon? He's gone. Yep.
Hello?
Yes, there you are.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize it went out. I assume he's trying to kick me.
He's going to try to grab you. He's going to try to suplex you off the dais.
Athletics or acrobatics.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. I should put in the check. Yes, sorry.
So he grabs you, and he's going to move his entire distance towards there. And he, on his next turn, he's going to try to suplex you off of the dais. What would you like to do?
I'm going to try to can I use like my own attack at an athletic check to like push him off the dais instead?
Sure. Yeah. Gonna try to maneuver him so he falls off of it instead? Ooh, here we go.
Let's go.
And he slips off feet first, and the crowd cheers as the guards.
The crowd, like barely standing, I just look at the crowd and go full frat bro and just put up both hands and just scream, "Todd!"
The guards run over to him and start stabbing him repeatedly with their swords. They hack him to pieces. They cut his legs and arms off, remove his head, and impale the torso with the sword going down through his neck hole into his chest. and we'll drag the rest of the body off to the side, through these doors, and away.
Cool. So Todd shouts cut off with a croak, but let off.
The barrier does not come down.
And CCM, I think you dropped this.
Oh. Roll a deception check, please. I love the fact you got a negative on this. Oh, yeah. Awesome. She's like, oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. And she pushes the button, and the barrier goes down.
Liam is gonna go over to the lady that Silas, aka Todd, was talking to. And go, is that my name?
Of course. Would you like a turn?
No, it's alright. Watch it.
And she gestures to the dais, and she's like, are you sure? Because I'll take you on.
My God.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I understand that that's very hot, but you need to control yourself right now.
She reaches down for your hand.
So obviously there's options here because remember the married couple, they were on one. So you can do it unarmed combat. You don't have it.
So she starts dragging you forward. Are you going to go with?
I'm not resisting, but she's sort of like, looks over to Silas and goes,
What does Todd say as the woman that has offered you a massage later is taking Liam towards the barrier?
I lean to the halfling, and I'm gonna ask. Sorry for the novice question from a running champion, but it's been a little bit of a while. My friend here would like to participate, but this is his first time. Is there perhaps a lower consequences, not a version of this, a sort of training wheels intro round, don't get stabbed at the end sort of version that you guys have for him?
She smiles at you and she's like, yeah, kid, we can do that. And she's going to go ahead and walk through the barrier here and up onto the dais. She's like, so, tonight we have a newbie. Samara is going to take on a friend. Is
I mean, not wrong. And I just say good luck to Liam as he has it. Excuse me, as he has it.
and she drags you, she puts you there, lets go of your hand, and comes over here. And the halfling's like, best of luck. No death blows on this one, kid.
The question is, what do you win?
She turns to you and it's like bragging rights.
What's this lady at this table doing?
She is a dwarf woman, red hair, fairly cheerful. She is definitely drunk though.
That's kind of like whispering to us. Oh, like crazy.
All right, so go ahead and roll your initiative, please. As I have to go get Samara, because Samara is a badass. All right, so as Samara is standing before you, she has no weapons you can see. She is dressed in a purple top that is not much more than a couple strips of satin going over the breasts, and a long satin skirt that goes all the way down to her knees. She has been belly dancing for the party. She has a purple veil on her face and a couple of purple beads in her hair. And her hands are currently behind her back. What would you like to do?
what race is
She is a human. Darker skin, very tanned. Beautiful girl. Beautiful girl.
she? Like
No, 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 no. Like, this is nearly dark complexion. We're talking like Hawaiian tan.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I'm going first.
She's letting you go first.
Liam is and right here and take the dog action. So like, I'm sure you're a very nice person. Um, yeah. Look over to Silas. I would be. I would be a bit more pointed than this, Liam. Just go full on. I think you can do it.
So that's what you're doing?
Yep, that's what I do.
All right. She saunters very slowly, side to side to side, up to you, and she reaches up to kiss you on the cheek. Roll a wisdom saving throw. And Liam has fallen unconscious. At which point she steps over you, just right over your body, like 1 foot on your back, and walks back to doing her dancing.
You know, Eric, why
The halfling comes through the barrier and like slaps you. All right, kid, you learned your lesson. Don't mess with the dancers. Because you were asking the dancer, and that's what she would do.
No, I is that normal? Yeah, let's fight.
It's very normal.
How is that asking for normal?
Yeah, she's like, yeah, it is. Let's go. Yeah, it's absolutely. Oh yeah. She whispers to Silas, I'm sure I can promise you a good time tonight. And that was her audition for Silas.
Yeah, it worked. So, yeah,
You know something?
we'd have to get a
Not
separate.
only go fuck yourself, but
As she starts dancing, you notice that she has 2 scimitar handles in her hand that do not have blades. Just
Oh, interesting.
just 2 scimitar handles.
Does it feel like air moves when she like,
No.
like twirls something?
No, not any more than normal. Just the scimitar handles look definitely magical. One has all sorts of little filigree of moons and stars on it, and the other one is all suns and bright shining beams of light all over it.
Is Liam is giving any version of like grumpy protesting. Silas will just be like, "Careful, Liam," before she realizes that you also don't have plans tonight.
So, a couple more. Couple more fights happen here. After a while, the place is going to empty out a little bit, and people are going to leave after a little while. The married couple of orcs leaves. This woman here is going to wish this guy a wonderful night, and she's going to leave as well, leaving you guys with just, a couple people. The dancer will eventually finish her set and leave as well, leaving you guys here, and the halflings kind of cleaning up the dais. The night's kind of winding down.
what is Silas anyway? I can't even see him.
Silas is right here.
Oh, I see. Knickknacks and knickknacks are unfinished.
That should be over here to the right.
Well, I'm going to start that.
Do you guys want to do anything at this point? Okay.
sitting nearby enough, and so Anita, you know, asks, how's he doing? And all kind of that.
All right. He smiles at you very sweetly and as if he really cares about your well-being. It's like, it's what I do.
Um, so I think, Anita is very intrigued and is wondering what it is he does to you that he would be protecting strangers, or have we met before?
He smiles at you and he says, "We've definitely met before. Um, would you like some more?"
Uh,
And he slides a couple little baggies onto the table.
Edibles.
Anita, just without thinking twice, says absolutely. Is it the same price as last time? And remind me what that was.
25 gold each, unless you want the black star. At which point, he pulls out a little bag, and the three that are on the table, one's blue, one's brown, and one's red. And the last one he puts on the table, it shimmers with little rainbow sparkles like it's holographically enhanced, but it is pitch black.
Oh, I see. Black star.
like a bloodhound. Todd stands up, sidles over, and gives Anita his coin purse. And he's happy to just sit next to her and let her continue to take the lead. But he just wanted you to know that you have an extra 50 gold to. But fine.
I hope that you remember our friend here. And black star. You remember that, right?
The gentleman nods very slowly and smiles a gigantic smile
At Todd.
at both of you.
Okay, great.
Smile back.
We smile back, and I just sit back and I let happy to let Anita continue shopping.
Anita or Callie? Okay, so he says it's 25 gold for one of the ones on the table, unless you want the black star, which is 150 gold.
Wow, it's been a few years, but it definitely was 100 gold not too long ago.
The gentleman looks at you and shakes his head. Your memory must have been muddled by the last time. And he starts gathering them to himself.
Anita, places her hand on Stacy. On that,
Cold purse. Go ahead. Yep.
Oh, it's been a while.
Okay, so you're going to buy the one black star suit. Okay. So you go ahead and purchase one black star suit, and he tells you, remember, be very careful when you smoke it. And he smiles a bright, cheerful smile at you, puts the rest of it away, and says, I'll see you later. And you're in room 5, the penthouse, correct? Yes, we are. And he leaves.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah. What the fuck has been up with me? I feel like room is out. I don't know. I was kind of wondering the same thing. Ever since those goals, when I almost died, everything has been up ahead.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay in a couple of days. Just, I don't know, you got some kind of fun.
Literally or figuratively?
And at this point, you guys hear a voice coming from the reception desk. You can hear Cass's voice coming from down the hall. Absolutely, ma'am. Head on in.
Thanks. Catch you later. Hi. How's it going? Oh, it's been great. What's been going on? A couple of you look, I don't know, you look a little beat up there. I'm Todd.
This is one of the times when I can actually say you should see the other guy because he's in so many pieces right now.
Oh, is that right?
I didn't make him that way.
Come on, say none of your own. Don't take credit.
Things got a little more intense. Well, I mean, the man worships the king of hell. I'm not really spending a lot of time doing this.
You're not real smart.
I'm not. Oh God, I would say, but I'm glad that you did. Yeah, glad that there's that side of you. Yeah, let's just head upstairs. And relax. We've got a nice room. Silas is going to cast alarm on the room as soon as we get. Oh no, just kidding. It's going to suggest that Knick-Knack maybe cast an alarm on the room if he had such a smell. If you.
But before we go up, I just want to talk to my new friend here.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't even know that.
Lovely.
What do you want? You're kind of my height. You want to have a good night? Let's go.
Um,
And she grabs you by the mustache.
uh,
Are you going to resist or not?
sure.
Okay.
Does Liam?
So we're going for athletics.
Yeah, roll athletics.
Does Liam see this?
Yeah. All right, so with the 20, she's going to hold on to your mustache quite effectively. And she's going to walk towards the exit with you.
Whoa, what are you doing to my friend?
He's going to have a wonderful night. Trust me.
Yeah. Let him do it. It'll be fun. Have this little bud over here and just be like, Knick-Knack, are you loving this? Yeah. Are you a fan of what's happening right now?
What happens with the desert?
This is an intervention.
Alright, if she's protesting, then I'm afraid I'll have to block her at the door.
Are you protesting? It's not that much of a protest.
Because I'm not participating if you equivocate. I need to know how you
If it's
feel
not
about
a
it.
Just like tipping your waiters is important to give
What is
consent.
the know what happening to the desert seems like somebody who knows their way around? Lord, I don't know.
I'm thinking that this is definitely not what he meant. Yeah, not what he meant. but
She-
some time and effort.
She tells you, I'll show you the desert. It's been a long time.
Yeah, okay, I don't even know what's going on over there, but
Well, that's hilarious. I do still need you to put down my friend there.
All right. She looks very disappointed and swats Knick-Knack on the ass and says, fine, spoil sports. She's going to try to shove her way past you.
She can shove her way past, and I'll even toss her a silver on her way past. Oh, actually, no, I won't. I don't have my coin purse. Just kidding.
you know what? I got you. I will find
You toss her a silver as it falls flat on the ground and she kicks it back at you. I'm the whore. And stalks
All right,
away.
you do that.
Stop being courteous, you cunt.
Yeah, right.
She moons you, and as she moons you with, like, she drops trow, it is like the hairiest, two like back ends of a dog combined.
I can imagine why it's been too long. Let's see.
Also just jumped out.
Your crab's just like, can we please go back? I want to go back into the tub and put it on extreme.
I will like pat Knick-Knack on the shoulder and sort of nod as they meet up across the room and sort of gesture upstairs and be like, I think I'm gonna, help Knick-Knack upstairs.
Oh, I
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys headed upstairs.
But I think, Milo, I think that was the only time where I could was that much of a knockout.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, so do scratch one silver off of your character sheet there, Liam, as that one silver piece has now disappeared.
Oh, I thought she picked it back to me.
She had, but you didn't pick it up, and now it's gone.
We're in here, pick it back to me. So, like, just context of the thing.
Yep, someone else got it first. All right, so you guys head up the stairs, through the secret passage, and out into the exhibits. You guys headed up to your room. Okay, so go ahead and do add one Black Star suit to your character sheet, please.
Which one of us?
Well, and Callie's the one who got it. You're gonna give it to him. All right, so Silas, go ahead and add one Black Star suit to your character sheet.
Alright, I've removed the equal from my purse.
Okay, so Anita has to remove.
Liam's gonna go to that,
Okay, so you go to the bathtub and go soak in it. Cool. Knick-Knack, are you doing what you sent me earlier? Okay, as you are soaking in the bathtub, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
You know what?
Liam, the pleasant jets of water pushing against your skin feel glorious. It's such a restful tub. Until at this exact moment, the water turns ice cold. And you hear a chuckle from the doorway. The naked Liam comes storming out of the bathroom, chasing Knick-Knack.
That's the wind. I'm gonna catch this fucker.
What would you like to do, Knick-Knack?
Yeah, definitely.
He's gonna catch you.
You can't outrun me. I am just there awaiting you.
So what's the illusion?
I hear Liam running out shouting Knick-Knack, and I can cast 3 minor illusions at a time, I think, and layer them, right? Is it like prestidigitation? Even if not, I make as many Knick-Knacks as I can running around the room.
All right.
I'll make one at a time, so run down the hall and then run through a door, and then I'll make another one that'll go through a different door, go through a different door, like Scooby-Doo style.
I need you to roll a d7, please.
Okay.
Oh, no. I need Liam to roll a d7.
A D7? What the hell is a D7?
In roll 20, do /roll 1d7. Yep. You chase Knick-Knack, and the moment you grab a hold of him, he disappears from your fingers, and you do not see any other Knick-Knacks around.
I'm gonna hide under my bed, and use shard of blue light to project like a little box underneath the bed that I'm currently hiding.
Okay.
This is auditory only, I think.
Yeah, it's auditory only.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Shard of Blue Palace is auditory only. Alright.
Yeah.
So, you guys going to go ahead and have a restful rest of the night?
Guess fucking not. Fuck you, nigga.
thing is, he sent me the message. He sent me the message. He's like, if anyone gets in the tub, I'm going to turn it ice cold. I'm like, okay.
Perfect that it was like.
The thing is, he did it before you guys went down to the club.
My rolls are so shitty. I rolled one roll above a 12 today.
Yep. So, you guys will spend the rest of the night fairly restful. You get a full night's rest. It is uneventful. You do not hear any sounds from outside of the penthouse, as the penthouse is magically warded against outside sounds. So, long rest. You guys get everything back: hit points, magic spells, etc. So, hit that long rest button on D&D Beyond. You guys get perfectly healthy. It's not a fully restful night because you are grumpy about Knick-Knack there, Liam, but at the same time, you do get your rest and you realize it was a practical joke and it was funny.
Oh no, he's still gonna get clocked. He just doesn't know yet.
Okay.
Or the continues to be a distinctly lighthearted Frankfurt.
Uh-huh. So, nope. So, you guys will wake up in the morning in Arabelle. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna go up to Knick-Knack and go, listen, Knick-Knack, haha, good laugh. That was really funny. You know what, I appreciate your humor. There's a clock right
Roll to hit him. 24. So you take 6 damage, Knick-Knack. Are you conscious?
That does more than a third of my own.
Okay.
I would do a potion and walk away.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. Ow. That was justified.
Add a healing potion to your character sheet as you guys are about to take a 30-minute breakfast. So if you want, you can just keep that healing potion and just use hit dice to recover if you'd like.
Where is it in the town that the other mystery was? There was a mystery here in Kent, right?
Right. You were told to check out the what's going on in the basement of the Elf Skull Tavern, which is, from your experience, an exceedingly seedy place to the point that the parties did not go there because they did not want to get involved in that dark part of the town. Parties you guys went to were mostly the rich kids and, the people who you could probably get money from. The Elf Skull Tavern is more like where the construction workers would be going and where the highway bandits would be going, that kind of thing. So it's not usually... Oh,
Sorry.
Cass will be giving everyone 20 gold during breakfast.
Aw.
And
I was planning on asking Cass over breakfast, but if they had fun in Arabelle last night. Yeah, it was a good time. There you go. No riot. Was there an actual riot? I think those happened in the city pretty frequently. Consider yourself lucky. I guess so. Glad you had a good time. A lot of gambling.
Were you around this area?
A lot of gambling. Been around this thing. Yeah. Lots of stuff. What to be up to. Yeah, all sorts of different stuff. Different stuff every hour. Yeah, these things, those things. What are some of the things maybe that you find fun about Arabelle?
So, Silas, did you have a comfortable night you said fuck?
What? I guess that was. Yeah.
Did you have a comfortable evening last night you said fuck?
Oh, of course.
I'm not Cass. Silas.
Absolutely. She didn't make me go to sleep.
she didn't show up either.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You got ghosted.
All right.
Those, thanks, kid. Not so good. I'm not gonna lie, 0 out of 10.
Up to you if you want to reveal where you were last night, Cass.
Yeah, we'll keep it
Keep-
down low for now.
Okay.
If somebody asks the right questions, then maybe.
Okay, cool.
And one of the things you find fun about Arabelle wasn't the right question. Is that what you mean? I didn't crack that clever.
No, that was not.
How many names were you left?
At least 2.
That's a good answer. I like that answer. All right, so you guys have breakfast.
Sufficiently cryptic.
Cass had a good time. You guys got 20 gold each, so add 20 gold to your character sheets.
Maybe don't ask so many questions and be more grateful when I brought you something.
I give you this 20 gold please. I say jokingly as I put it in my purse, I'm not actually trying to try. But really though, the 10% good.
So who knows where we can go to get answers on what's going on?
And Cass, you can go ahead and add 20 gold to your character sheet as well because of the deals you made last night. The investments.
Eric would, between the two of us with the criminal background and the two of us in cities, or we could just be aware of like a general, like maybe central marketplace or bazaar that you could wander and talk to townsfolk and shop to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a couple contacts you could reach out for.
Is there any libraries in the city?
There are no libraries that will have legitimate information in them.
Any of the scholarly sort?
No, this is not a scholarly sort of town.
Milo, would that work? But is that sort of what you were thinking? Like,
You need one. At least get a read on where to start. We don't even know where to start.
no, I agree. We could start in the town square. Maybe if Cass or Nick Nack have had clients in this area before, we could start with them. It might actually be worth seeing if there's any local nobility, like lesser nobility traveling through that might know Jacob and Gina or Silas and Anita, honestly, that we could just gossip them a little bit. Yeah, we'll just like look around. Nick and Cass, like, how do we want to do this? Because I don't know about like splitting the party that many ways in terms of like Nick Nack going to his contacts, Cass going to their contacts, Anita and Silas wandering to find the aristocrats to gossip with, and then leaving Rilo and Liam alone to wander the city marketplace. That's a lot of splitting.
I mean, we do have our sending zone, so if we are in trouble, we can always.
We should just like maybe do a group something. That's what we can do. I don't like to do it open hall, but I think some of the stuff, some of the people we talk to,
We probably should have all the captures.
No, I think it should be
Fairly little capture thing.
well, there's Rick can't make a good decision, but I can do
Yeah.
Silas and Anita, or Todd, Callie, Nina, whoever ends up going on and Nick Nack doing the others, or just one of the other, does anybody else want to join Silas? Any other, presumably non-cast
I think that
Right, so Liam, Anita, and Silas are going out, and then we've got Rilo, Cass, and Nick Nack. All right.
I think Cass is a pretty good, I think Cass is good.
I can be your guys' servant, something like that. Like, be like a turner or bodyguard.
Yeah. No worries, sure.
All right.
Liam will go upstairs back into the room and invert this more of like the gray and purple that the black side in gray and purple house.
Okay. Cool. As you guys leave the Falcon's Rest Tavern, I need you guys to go ahead and roll perception checks just to see how observant you guys are going to be.
Damn it, I'm fucking honest. I'm so proud of you, Silas.
All right. So, all right. So, Silas, you will see a couple figures kind of watching Liam as you guys are walking through the town. There's several of them that are paying attention to Liam. They're not really paying attention to you and Anita, but Liam absolutely has a little bit of an attraction factor as far as attention goes. Not anyone following, but people are definitely paying attention to him. Cass, you and Knick-Knack and Rilo, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys are going through the sketchy part of town, I need Knick-Knack to roll a retroactive performance check going back about a year. Just for Knick-Knack.
You can pay that back to
I can't hear so.
Stream of consciousness. I didn't notice it. Eric, you said that Cass noticed it.
No.
Right?
Silas, Anita, and Liam are together. So you would have noticed them paying attention to Liam. Cass.
Oh, I'm sorry. You knew that we were together. I thought that is something that Cass noticed, like, as soon as we
No.
like, still all in a group, and so I was waiting for Cass to convey it to me. But, sorry. Got it.
Mhm.
Okay. Have we shifted back? We shifted away from Rilo and Knick-Knack, and we're back to the...
Well, no, I'm going to get back to them. Do you want to give the information to Liam that he's being watched?
Well, not Liam first. I would actually pull Anita aside first.
Okay.
But if you want me to hold until
No, go for it. Go for it.
Okay.
I'll get back to them.
Okay, I would just pull Anita aside first and be like, hey, think we might have a few tailing us, but I don't think it's us per se. We think it's the fastest way to get him to look different. We were to pull him into a tavern bathroom, like we could use his disguise kit, but we're out in the open right now.
Yeah, I think we need to find some place to get him. Just maybe some new clothes and a little bit of his stuff.
Yeah, why don't we, as we start heading to we'll keep it in mind for now, and we'll lose them in a tailor shop, in a clothing shop. We'll go when we get to the fancy side of town. We'll step into a store and fix Liam up, and the two of us up so we look different, and 3 different people will leave the store at the end of it. That's what's happening.
Okay. Cool. We'll go ahead and let you guys do that. It's going to cost you 1 gold to do that. Not a problem. Cass.
Yeah, we're gonna let Liam know that we're just like, hey Liam, let's go get some new clothes and stuff. Let's go do a little bit of shopping. If we want to walk around in this part of town, we'll play it off as like something you gotta do for this type of job pretty much every time you do it.
Alright, for me, it's something a bit more free, I guess, like you're pulling them.
Sorry, I didn't
He wants something free-flowing, not tight.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll make that work.
We weren't thinking skinny jeans, we were thinking just skinny.
All right, Cass. Rilo and Knick-Knack are following you along through this part of town, which is normally the part of town where people would want to be up close to you, trying to pick your pockets and stuff. But whenever they see Knick-Knack, they kind of shy away and make sure to check their pockets. Knick-Knack has a bit of a reputation. They've heard of Knick-Knack here.
Have they heard good things about you, Knick-Knack, or only bad?
you have not been to this town. Your reputation precedes you from Marsember.
Oh. Huh.
A couple of the people look at you kind of curious as to why you're not selling something right now.
One cut all. Magical artifacts. Fantastic potion. I could give you a magical mustache.
So magical, it's the most magical thing you'll ever
Will
experience.
make you look absolutely gorgeous.
So stunning.
Go ahead and roll a performance with advantage because Cass is attempting to help you. With a 12, someone will approach you and be like, "What's this mustache?"
The skies in your face. If were possible to detect quite potent magic, I would know. I am faced it myself.
Are you wearing one right now? Are you wearing one right now?
Yes.
It pokes your face. Like, that's pretty convincing. Roll a deception check. Roll a deception check, please. Actually, you can roll, in this case, you can roll deception or persuasion, your choice.
My deception better than my persuasion.
Okay. He's like,
Nice.
I'll buy it. How much is it?
For my good friend, 75 gold.
Deal. He pays you 75 gold for a gnome stash.
Go!
Scratch one gnome stash off your character sheet, please.
That's what we in the business call making a, no, that's what we call a steal.
Oh, man. So, the guy takes the mustache and walks away, very proud of his purchase. All right. So, where else would you guys like to go? Cass, Rilo, Knick-Knack.
Let's try and get some information. I mean,
Would I be able to kind of get an idea for Underworld contacts where my background, where I would this is more center?
Go ahead, roll and investigate. I'm going to give you advantage on this because of the background. All right, with an 11, you know that there's a specific area that you're going to want to go into, but you're going to want to go there alone without Rilo or Cass. Because they don't like groups.
I just need you to stand here for a second. I'll be right back. If I'm not back in
Like, you're at the entrance to an alleyway, and, like, you can just leave them at the entrance to the alleyway.
okay. If you hear me screaming or running or waving my hand or in a general state of panic, say please.
Okay.
or using your signature.
Yes, I'll be yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
All right, Cass, while he's doing that, are you also going to go look for criminal contacts?
I will, but I don't want to leave him potentially on his own / Rilo on his own.
Okay. So Rilo and Knick-Knack are within sight of each other, so you're just going to go around the next bend?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So while Cass goes around the bend, not 100 yards away, Knick-Knack, you're in the alleyway looking around, and there is a little sign on the wall that you recognize. It's 3 little fists, and they're right around waist level for a human. And it's an indication that you should knock on the wall. All right. A gentleman jumps over the wall and lands in the puddle next to you, splashing your pants with muddy water. And the gentleman is about, 5'9", dressed in loose-fitting clothes, darker skin, scraggly beard, short cropped hair. And he's like, "What do you want?"
Well, first, that's some indication on my pants. I see I'm looking for information. Hopefully you can help me out.
Don't have much time. What information you need?
Desert.
Yeah.
Send it.
What about it?
I don't know. You know who's done it?
Rumor is there's something going on under the Elf Skull Tavern. There's a old dungeon that's supposedly down there, guarded by some old suits of armor and stuff. A whole bunch of people have been going down there. Don't know exactly what.
Alright. Perfect. Appreciate your help, good sir.
Got any more of those stashes?
I can take one of you. Do you have an order?
Just give me one for free.
Well, I don't have any more on me, unfortunately.
Roll a deception check, please.
That's fair enough.
The guy in front of you smiles and reaches down to you and it's like holds his hand out. Give me one of the gnome stashes.
Okay. I actually don't have one.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Actually, yeah.
You gave him away? Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, I can make one. Jesus.
I'm in a hurry. I'll get one later.
Sounds good.
And he climbs over the fence, at which point you're done. Cass. You get your information that I just sent you in roll 20. And I'm sending another note to you real quick here. Just a sec. Oh, wrong thing. All right. And so you get that information, and you're able to return to Rilo and Nick Nack.
Alright.
So, what would you guys like to do at this point?
Well, sounds like there's something in the Elf Skull Tavern, says my contact. Some trap door somewhere.
That has to do with the desert.
Apparently. Based on what your art said, I thought it was separate, but maybe they aren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
What'd you talk?
Well, there's this tavern. The dirty tavern we were supposed to go to. There's a dungeon underneath, and some part of the dungeon is spreading in the desert.
Oh.
Pretty self-explanatory. You want to go kick some ass? I
Okay,
mean,
so
obviously you kick some ass. I stand back and watch, but man,
let's say the other guy came up with this is the start. It's not what I expected to do. This is the start. So, but Cass, here's the thing. I mean, we got a lead already. My brother's been missing for quite some time, for many years. And I've actually been looking for him. And do you have any connections here that maybe if we put his name out, somebody would have heard of it? Maybe we could spend some of our, an hour or two, a couple of hours, seeing if anybody's heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name?
So, his name is Elroy. Elroy. And I'll explain to her where, the mountains that I came from, where I came from, the village that I came from, where there was a house. And, just to explain that he ran away, evidently. Yes. I was sent to go find him. And, I haven't had, here's the last 6 weeks or so since we've gone together. I really need to get back. So I'm just looking for him. We can at least see if he's looking in town. And I can pick up the trail.
Go ahead and roll your investigation there, Rilo. See if you can find anyone who knows anything about Elrod. You do not find any information about Elrod whatsoever. The people you ask about it don't have a clue. They've never heard the name.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
sounds great.
can I do any looking?
Sure. Roll and investigate. Um, you go through and you've heard a couple rumors about Elrod. He did come through this area a while back. It would have been 5 weeks ago. And he knocked some heads together, caused a little bit of a scene. But as far as where he is now, you're not able to determine that.
Well, I will tell Rilo that apparently you've almost crossed paths, but we'll still have to take some time.
Yeah, we'll keep looking.
Yep. All right. Silas, Anita, and Liam, you guys have ducked in, changed clothes, gotten a disguise. What would you guys like to do?
We are, yeah, when we went into the shop, we bought Liam some new clothes, and we would have, while we were in the changing rooms, used our disguise kit, like
Mhm.
our proficiency to change Liam's look.
Sure.
And then, though Todd and Callie walked in, Jacob and Gina walked out,
Okay.
with Liam there, strapping young elf bodyguard, at their side.
Okay.
A little less out, a little, we're going for, half elf. We rounded the speakers out a little bit. Just makes more sense for us to fire a half elf in the city than a wood elf, so we just like softened those speakers a little, but yeah.
Okay.
And then, Anita, we're thinking of going to just, to the extent that there is one, the rich side of this town, right? Just to gossip.
Mhm.
Let's
Figure
see, find some other ways. Let's just go back and see if we can find anybody that we know.
As you go to the various places, you will find a couple people who remember you. Just kind of in the street, they smile and they wave at you, and they're like, "Good times," and they kind of, oh wait, you're not Todd and Callie anymore. You guys are the
Jacob and
aristocrats.
Gina have been in Arabelle before as
Right.
well, but we would have just been passing through briefly and only maybe to go to a rich.
Yeah,
event.
you would have only seen a couple people that would recognize. Yeah, not a lot of people are going to recognize you from that far back. Especially because you didn't really make that great of an impact.
No, Jacob and Gina are not partiers.
Yeah.
They're not partiers. Not really. I mean, they do like formal galas and stuff all
Yeah.
the time, but they're not raucous.
Yeah, they-
Cyanide.
Right. They don't want everyone to know who they are. Yeah.
Like it just gets them into the party or gets them the free hotel room or whatever.
Right.
And they're straight up who they are.
So yeah, you don't really find anyone who's interested in you guys per se. You're kind of able to dodge the probing eyes that you had seen earlier.
Well, we did, Steve and I talked offline, we will also let Liam know once we've changed his appearance, like, and we're headed out. Because, I mean, obviously, otherwise Liam's gonna ask, I mean, I don't know, maybe you'd just take it in stride, it's been a weird week, but you potentially ask anything as Todd and Callie, so we let you know that, some of your suspicions may have been well-founded, and I noticed, handful of folks tailing us, and by us, it turned out they pretty specifically meant you. They can give a damn about Todd or Kelly, so presumably they can give a damn about Jacob or Gina, so you see him for you. And what name would you like to go by for the next few hours?
Let's go by. Make one up. I'll go. But what are they?
He looks like a lance, doesn't he?
He definitely looks like a lens.
Alright, there we go. Gina agrees. It looks like Eric. I don't think I got the description from you at the time, but I mean, whatever I noticed from a 24 perception check, I will relate to it.
The individuals in question were some of the darker and rougher people in town. They were, there's not anyone specific, they're not really wearing a uniform, but they couple of them had a serpent tattoo with wings on their shoulder. A couple of them had a black shield on their shoulder as a tattoo. One guy had a fanged or a clawed hand on his face. Variety of different tattooed individuals that each of them individually would probably be a rough fight and not someone you would normally go out and get a drink with unless you wanted to miss a couple fingers or get a nice rough story of who they murdered last night.
Yeah. I will be fully helping. Then I have a long time rule of matching tattoos, and you did. Okay, matching tattoos are for fanatics. That is what fanatics, cultists, very often. So we saw a lot of matching tattoos, serpents with wings following you, and we took a sharp right turn.
Was that familiar with anything?
Oh yeah, these were the guys that you needed. These were some of the different tattoos that you would recognize from the monastery that you were told not to interfere with.
I will relay that as well.
Okay, so we'll do our best to keep an eye out as we're going, but the most important thing that we need you to do is just, they won't recognize you right now. They won't recognize the people you're with. If they're looking for the people you're with to help place you in a crowd, Todd and Kelly are gone too. So we just, in the next few hours, you are lambs, you are here to listen and carry Gina's bag and look stern. I don't want any of these folks catching you, but I don't think you have to worry about that. This guy looks great. They're not.
Alright, I'll do my best. And he'll put on like not a mean face, but a like your typical bodyguard face.
Okay. A little bit of a scowl. Got it. All right. So, what are you guys doing to look for information?
Where are we? And we obviously try to head to places where we think we're going to. So,
Yeah, but places where they might know Jacob and Gina. So Jacob and Gina have been here before. They've been for like a couple of formal events. So in that part of town, maybe there's somebody who's hosted us at a party, or who we remember, chatting with at a few parties, and we can stop by and say that we're traveling, and just
Well, Reginald is the local real estate agent that handles a lot of the transactions here in town. So if you guys want to go visit Reginald, you guys would totally be able to go do that. He's got a little office off to the side.
in contact with them before, they would probably, I think, right, Anita, it would make sense to start there, just ask the person in town who's currently traveling and who's currently in town, and say if there's anybody, who might stop by.
yeah, I think that's a good starting point. It would have been a starting point anyway for
Okay. So as you guys go over to Reginald's real estate office, it's very much an office. He is alone inside of it at the moment. His desk is covered in papers. He's got little spectacles down near his nose. But as you guys open the door, the bell jingles at the top of the door. It's musty in here. It smells like old coffee. And Reginald stands up from behind the table, and you recognize that he is a very large half-orc gentleman, very pale green skin, almost to a brown. But he's got massive hands, and he's got a very intelligent, older look to him. He's got wispy white hair on the sides of his temples, and he is definitely balding, even though he's trying to comb his hair so that it doesn't show. How can I help you? Been a long time. Pull up a seat. You here for business or pleasure?
No, we're just in town for a while. We thought we'd try to come to these moments, because you know how it is. Sometimes you guys are busy, you never have a chance to catch up. Is anyone here? I should we were here for?
Well, there's a couple people, but business has gone down since the warden left. Ever since she abdicated, business has gone way down. The town's gone to pot, frankly. In fact, what happened? What happened to James? Who's this? And he gestures over to Lance.
James must have hit the left of Lance are doing that everybody left. He's running through the roads left.
Do you trust him?
Lance slash Liam will just nod without saying a word.
Okay. If I must be honest, real estate's been very poor. Ever since the desert's been encroaching, we've been having more and more travelers from afar coming through town, headed up north. It's disturbing. Well, if you're being left out, so am I. I don't know why it's happening, but there are definitely large numbers of ruffians headed up north into the desert. Almost like they're gathering or being hired for something. It's very odd because whenever I ask for information, no one mentions anything. All I know is that people go over to that Elf Skull Tavern, they disappear for a while, and we never see them again.
And just to clarify, when you say they're headed up north, do you mean through Tilberton, and then they just plan on hitting the desert after that, or are they heading the long way?
Well, they come in, they say they want to purchase real estate, houses, etc. up north, near the desert, and they buy some land, and I never hear from them again.
Okay. Interesting. But they do buy the land.
They do buy the land. It's amazing, too. They pay good prices.
And it's formally registered under names one could read and look up.
Well, you understand.
So on the up and up is what I mean to say. You've verified that they're actually doing this, the right way? Over the table, not under the table, so to speak.
He looks at you really hard for a moment. And he's like, you know that I specialize in the other, right? And his hand is under the table right now.
Business these folks are participating in. That's what I was clarifying.
He,
I don't know what these folks were up to.
he tells you, I took care of the deals. As far as the names in question, I do what's necessary when the gold suffices.
I understand, of course.
You hear a click from under the table.
Right, well, there's no reason to be paranoid. Sometimes it turns out that rich people are just gossips.
Roll a deception or persuasion, your choice.
For me, like, as we smile, when Nicholas may watch it, just try to get it, inside, see what it's about.
He looks at you and he's like, I know you don't have the money. The last deal we made fell through as well. I'm allowing you here as a professional courtesy.
Well, and we do appreciate what you remind you that you were one of many people that lost their money on that deal, and I would be very trustworthy.
He rolls his eyes and he says, Anita, I know better.
I don't know what you mean.
I'll just put my hand on Gina's arm, because I think we maybe should just thank Reginald for his time.
What are you guys doing?
What is the question?
Reginald has one hand on the table and one hand under the table and is looking at you and is kind of giving you that cut the crap look.
So, okay, and he sits down across the table from him and says, all right, Reginald, look, we're just looking for a little bit of information and everything's getting settled.
They would both be right next to each other on your end of the table.
Okay. I want to stand closer to Silas, like kind of like middle.
Okay. Reginald will nod to the chair in front of you and tell you, take a seat, Anita.
And
You too, Silas.
Anita sits down and motions to Silas.
Lance, you can sit down too. And he pulls out a whole bunch of documents and he starts going through land registrations and people buying property using straight cash. Just hundreds of people coming to the area under different names, different appearances, and purchasing land between Arabelle and the desert. And not building anything on it, just buying land.
And yeah, this is exactly.
How close to the border are these plots, like, to, to the border of the desert? So I know the desert is currently expanding, like, southeast, and so they're buying up a lot between Arabelle and the desert. But are they buying any that are, like, basically in disputed territory right now? Like, did they
That's-
buy any land
That's
2
the
weeks ago?
that's the puzzling part. The purchases are happening in Cormyrian lands, and then within a week of the purchase, that land is overrun by the desert.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it had value and now does not. It's the worst type of investment.
So,
And no one's complaining.
Yeah. Interesting.
Is any of the like any of the like plots of land that like that he's talking about sound familiar at all?
No, not to you. No.
I think that feels like all you can tell us. I certainly appreciate the professional work.
Sure thing. If you do decide to go and check out some of the rumors, be safe.
We can do all that, but let me ask you one more question before we go. How did you know our actual name?
After our last interactions, I did a lot of investigating, tracking down, and I've paid a couple people to watch you down in Marsember.
Well, that's deeply disturbing, Reginald. I'm not gonna lie to you, but not understandable.
It was in my best interest to know who had cheated me out of the previous investment. I respect it. I profited from it. However, I can't let it happen again. So I needed to know who I was dealing with.
Understood. And I need a definite unlike now to another fellow professional named Jonathan and posters for Silas.
Okay. As you guys are exiting the door, you hear a second click from under that table behind you. And Reginald puts both hands on the table and continues going back to work.
Is there? I don't think there's a way for me. Is there a way to like determine what kind of place that was? Was that like a
Roll
lock or like a like
roll a let's see, this would be a intelligence check. It's going to be a high one, unfortunately. It's going to be a pretty high one. Yeah, you don't know what that was. Yeah. Silas does not recognize it. Yeah. You'd have to have a very specific piece of information in order to know this. I don't think you guys are going to get it. No,
Yep.
you guys don't recognize that sound. It's a very specific sound. Nick Nack would probably have recognized it right off, um, but he wasn't there. So,
Is it fair to guess it's like a haunted maybe? Probably.
no, not really.
No.
It's a mysterious clicking sound under the table. It was ominous because he had his hand under there. You didn't look, so you don't know what's there. All right. So, you guys going to go ahead and meet up again? Where did you guys want to meet up? What did you want to do?
I just want to go back to the room. Yeah. And
Okay.
just sort of group as a team. Yeah, compare notes.
Cool. So you guys all return back to Falcon's Rest. All right. So you guys go into the Falcon's Rest Tavern. Cool. All right. So,
Liam, did you want to do another bag?
Yeah, I would actually like to. Just walk in and be assholes about it. She was a very nasty player over at
Roughly what time is it, Aaron?
this would be probably around noon because you guys spent the morning out investigating and checking things out and such.
About the night. I probably didn't yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're pretty much fine.
So, we really, it looks like we have two routes we can go. We can travel north, check out these plots of land, maybe something of that nature, or I guess we could just check out the dungeon, which to me seems more obvious because it's closer and probably going to give us better results. I guess that.
Well, yeah, I think you're right, Philip. Just because we heard, I don't know if we've done the comparing notes yet, but we heard that folks are disappearing into, or at least that they visit the Elf Skull Tavern before buying the land and before leaving town, and then they're not getting in. So if you guys also heard stuff there, you're right, it's at least more efficient to exhaust the options that are in town first before we go visit the spots of land.
Okay, Elfskull, just so you guys know, is not a very nice place. Even in our most debaucherous times in this town, we never went to this town.
None of us, Silas, Anita, Todd, Callie, Jacob, Gina, none of us have ever been.
Not y'all.
Oh, have Todd and Callie been?
No, not the two of you guys. No, you guys have never been there before. You've heard of it, but no, you've never been there before.
Right, yeah.
We really need to prepare because it sounds like it's going to be, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't know if you're trying to like it there.
You've been?
Cass speaks up and says, "I'm not sure if you're gonna like it there."
What do you know about life? But now we know where you live.
I mean, maybe you know the other night, but
It's a pretty good educated guess.
Roll an insight check if you'd like. Go, you guys can all roll an insight check on Cass right now.
all right. Wow.
Okay. All right. There's a very specific amount of information that Liam's getting with the 21, and with a 21, you can tell that Cass was not at the Elf Skull Tavern the other night.
So, now ready to make no
And that was the only information that I gave from that, not anything else.
Right. That's all you get from that is she has been there, or they've been there before, but that's not where they were the other night.
Just gonna raise an eyebrow at Cat.
I'll raise an eyebrow on it back. I don't want you to
Raise your eyebrow back. Yeah. Cass, do you have any recommended ways to? I mean, Ryla was just mentioning that we should prepare, and I think he's probably right, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Anything you recommend or warn us against?
I mean, the good thing stocked up at Christine's, probably.
Great. Okay. Good. It's definitely a good thing that somebody punched somebody else in breakfast and pissed away a healing potion.
Yeah,
That also
definitely.
sounds like it's a
Yeah,
good
it was
idea.
a super cool idea. We all made great choices.
Well, I don't know that going into the Elf Skull is going to be a great choice. It sounds super dangerous, but I think we should do it anyway.
Because the person who never gets hit, yes, that's definitely the person you need to worry about.
Let's go.
Do you guys think we should head there? I mean, it's midday, so I guess, yeah, we can go tonight, right? Or the second half of the day. I don't know. Probably.
Also, I don't think midnight usually is Alpha for us.
Okay. So you guys ready to head out?
There's no reason to wait for nightfall, right? I mean, even if this, yeah, we're not going out. Yeah, we're not going out for night. We just want to go and check it out. It would probably be better, honestly, if we're there during the day, where there's fewer people, right? Yeah,
Am I still wearing the Lance's gun or no?
I guess it's up to you, Liam, but we're back to Todd and Callie. They weren't following us. So by the time we got back to the room, we switched back to Todd and Callie. I would recommend staying as Lance for the time you're in town. It doesn't really cost much, and it might help them not be able to keep a close eye on you. But I mean, ultimately, they're not watching me, so I don't. And we're not on a mission together right now. It's like traveling around town. I don't care. That's Lance, Liam. Do your thing.
Alright, so we just wait for you. See where you're from.
Yeah. So,
Now, like it's great.
we're going to the Elf Skull Tavern, so it may not be the best distance to go around. But we might, be working over.
So I don't think he did. I think he's just wearing like pretty simple garb, right?
At the moment, yeah.
Oh, is Lance or is Liam?
Both.
Both, honestly.
And
It wasn't a much issue. Usually, it's like from like the same, like you could say the same pre-flowing single child. We're just making a little bit different, changing your facial features and like doing your hair differently, maybe changing your color.
Parting it on the other side, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So did Liam make an educated guess on the reason why he followed was because of you guys kind of showing off the colors of the monster?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just flip it around, change the buff black.
Yeah. They've seen your face, but
Cool.
Needed to going past this by itself, looking out of the room, looking on Gemma Tower.
Okay. Gotcha. Cool. So, yeah, there is a doorman out front. The guy that you guys valet parked with, yeah.
So I'm going to ask him if the horses and carriage, the animals are taken care of.
They've been fed. We use whole oats, and the dogs have been fed the normal meat for the day. The horses have been brushed. They're taken care of.
So we're going to go into town for about 3 days. I want you to watch the animals. What would I do for 3 days?
It'd be a gold a day, so it'd be 3 gold.
All right, I'll give you 3 gold.
Cool. He takes it, nods, and writes down that you guys have paid for the care of the horses and dogs for 3 days.
All right, let's go.
All right, so you guys headed over to the Elf Skull Tavern, middle of the day. All right, cool.
yeah, I think I'm gonna stick as Todd because if we're going to a place like the Elf Skull, I just discovered that my Todd persona is the champion of a underground to the death fight club. So maybe it's fine to go in as Todd.
All right, so
You
you,
guys make me look like a half elf again, maybe. Think you were
Yeah,
on or something like that.
over on the disguise kit before we leave.
Yeah, just look it up and
Map.
Sure. Cool.
I'll probably keep my garments, but you know, like the black line extra, and
Sure.
like your average garb.
Yeah, but we'll change it first.
Cool. You,
here because we're walking. I'm gonna take the short of the blue palace out. Get it? Is it changed?
it has not changed at all. It's still doing the same thing where it's kind of just sitting there, minding its own business. Not, a couple patterns on the surface are, moving around, but it's kind of hard to discern what they are. It's unchanged from the last time you looked at it.
I'm gonna say take us to the blue palace.
Nothing happens.
Put it back up.
Okay. All right. All right, so you guys head over towards Elf Skull Tavern. Cass knows exactly how to get there. And as you guys walk up, Cass, do you remember the secret hand motion to get in the door?
Yes, I do. I'm gonna do like a zigzag from shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip with my left hand.
All right. The little opening of the door slides open, looks you up and down, slides closed, opens, lets you in, and the door closes. You guys are left outside of the Elf Skull Tavern as Cass has walked inside. Oh.
Bye!
Okay. Go ahead and roll a performance. You got to roll above a 10, and you have advantage because you did watch her do it. Okay, Anita goes in. Next person. With advantage because you did see her do it. Rilo does get allowed in. Yep. All right. Nick Nack.
No.
Yep. There. Yep. Performance. Silas is allowed in. Nick Nack. With an advantage because you did see Cass do the secret hand motion. You got it right the second time. So Nick Nack's allowed in. Liam. Liam.
Sorry, where did I have to roll?
Performance to copy the secret hand motion that the rest of the group is doing to get in the door. And you have advantage on it. Liam Liam is left outside at the moment.
Eric, we didn't talk about this beyond.
Obviously,
They
it's left
didn't
out.
give me nothing but bad rolls for like the past month.
Oh man.
If I
Roll persuasion, please. Nick Nack. Or deception? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, they'll let him in. They'll let him in. They open the door, and the big bouncer guy, he's literally a bugbear, stands there and he looks out the door and he gestures to Nick Nack inside the bar and he asks you, Liam, "That's your boss?"
Indeed.
Roll a deception, please, Liam. Okay. Yeah, he's like, all right, come on in. Just watch yourself. Follow his orders.
And as I walk next to him, I'll like try to give like a motion for like a fist bump.
The bugbear does not give you a fist bump.
I'm gonna do a thumbs up and walk inside.
Okay. All right. So you guys walk into the Elf Skull Tavern, and it is a dark, rowdy place. A lot of people drinking and having a good time. On the back wall, there is a glowing skull of an elf that is floating directly above a ladder that goes down into the floor. And at that ladder, there are two guards over it, and there is a keg on the bottom rung of that ladder. And that's where we're going to call it for the night, as it is our ending time. And I don't have time to get you guys through the encounter to get you down into the basement of the Elf Skull Tavern. But no, man. Sometimes you guys are quick, sometimes you take a while, and I know for a fact you can't make it down there in 7 minutes. I know for a fact you can't do that. So, go ahead. What was your question? Or what were you going to say, Nick Nack?
Oh no, I was thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have an hour of roleplay before we have the ladder.
Maybe not an hour, but I suspect it's going to take you 30 minutes or so to get down the ladder and into the actual dungeon.
It's like a pretty fun place.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very, very happy that me and my friends server now. You're gonna get payback for that punch, bro.
Hey, Liam, you remember when Nick Nack saved his intern?
Oh yeah, I have two interns.
Oh, man.
Don't worry, you're gonna make like 5 or 6 times what the other one made.
Liam is one of the attendants that goes, call me a fucking servant and I will actually do it. You think that punch hurt? I can do it 2 more times.
Are you sure? Oh, I'm literally making a note about my note card right now.
So much fun, guys. All right. Well, I hope you guys had a good time tonight. You guys got a lot of information tonight. You guys did a lot of stuff. We had the returning Todd, champion of the Underground Fight Club under Falcon's Rest. And yeah,
Apparently talking to people gets you fucking like you into a fight.
it wasn't a fight. She kissed you.
She brought me to the pit. People fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if it was a fight, then you lost.
No, I actually. I was what do you mean that's not a fight?
I don't know, man. Gonna be perfectly honest. If some girl came up to me and kissed me to the point that I fell unconscious, I'd consider that a win. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that's not a fight. That's a one thing. I mean, come on now.
But yeah, you've discovered that you are being followed and at least paid attention to here in town. Someone recognizes Liam. You know that Elrod was in town at some point in the not too recent past. Not too distant past, I should say. And yeah, you guys have discovered that for some reason people are buying land, and that land is being taken over by the desert, and there's some sort of lead underneath the Elf Skull Tavern. And that's where we're going to leave it for tonight.
No little PS before you go into
Yeah.
this super scary place. You're at level 4. No fun little cherry on top of like.
No, not yet. No, nice try.
Try.
Nah, man, you've done 2 encounters during all of level 3.
Oh yeah, I was. I recognize that we're weeks away, and I'm happy to move weeks away. I'm just fucking happy.
You're not that far away, honestly. You guys are pretty close because I do count all of the roleplay encounters you guys are doing. I do count all of those as XP as well. But the shopping and that kind of stuff does not get you XP. So, as much fun as it is to go and shop and craft and stuff, that doesn't gain you experience along the way. I suspect that once you guys discover what's underneath the Elf Skull Tavern and take care of what's under there, you're pretty much going to be level 4, if not guaranteed to be level 4. So, I genuinely believe that if you guys are able to deal with whatever's down there, you guys will be leveled up. It'll be fun.
We're gonna deal, alright. Oh, thank you. Just for out of random curiosity, I was thinking when was it earlier when you started the pilot in the Fight Club and you had the pulling on the back of your neck. One, I'm curious of what that was, and two, that's pretty much been my character this entire freaking campaign. Every time
I know, I
do
think
something,
that
I get a
was
message from Eric and like you hear laughter.
Yeah.
See, Eric is fuck with everybody.
Love it.
I'm glad you guys are having a good time. I try to work hard on getting you guys invested and having these cross plots going. One of the party knows pretty much everything that's going on. Everyone else is kind of in the dark on everything. So you guys can now be super suspicious of each other to find out who knows what.
Which is all roll for it. I mean, it's probably Cav. Let's be real. It's probably.
But yeah, guys.
Actually, using that as a way to paddywhack everything.
Yeah, Paddywhack made another appearance today. That was fun.
Yeah. God, that is fucking terrifying.
What was the question? No, you flipped it over, and you had a blackout, and after your blackout, the card was turned back over, and you felt like you had had a hiccup.
I hate everything.
That's terrifying. That's so
Okay, great.
I do my best.
Let's get this straight. Cass has an identity crisis. Knack is being tormented by a demon. Anita and Silas have just been ousted by one of their fellow contacts.
Rilo, I don't know about that. He sat down. I mean, like, granted, to some extent, yes, but like, then he sat down and shared everything he knew with us. Like, it was the respect of like, yes, we had conned him before and succeeded, and then he apparently was able to turn it into a game, and then did some research on us and is now letting us know what happened again. But then sat down and told us what he knew. Like, I think Reginald's a professional. I don't mind that relationship.
Yeah, you're free to assume the information you've assumed. I'm not going to verify if it's accurate or not. Because assumption is a lot of fun to play with.
I mean, thus far I was mostly repeating what he said, so the
Mhm.
assumptions in there, like, that he would become
As far as Reginald goes, yeah, pretty much. I doubt you guys are going to interact with him again unless you guys come back from the desert and try to buy land or something. But yeah, Reginald, you guys would have conned someone in the area, and during a land purchase, or would have, placed a down payment on something and were going to buy it and then backed out and took the money, that kind of thing. And so he got involved via that, as he's a real estate agent and financier, etc. And he's like, okay, we got scammed. He's very much what's the other guy, the opponent in Leverage? I forget his name.
Oh,
Yeah. He's very much that personality. He recognizes game's got game, and being professional about it.
Yeah, that was
Yeah. It's kind of fun to be like, okay, yeah, I understand. I have my goals, you have your goals, and at the moment they align, so we're going to work together for now. So, it's interesting. You probably can't trust him except to be who he is, which is in real estate. Yeah.
great storytelling.
I'm glad you like it, guys.
With the tattoos themselves, do we know anything about the tattoos specifically?
You could roll a history if you like to try to recognize a couple of those. Just go and roll history. No, not with advantage. Um, yeah, sure. Good night. With 16, they are various criminal organizations around Faerun. The Zentarum, there's the Black Shields, the Black Cloaks, there's the Raven's Claw, there's a couple others. But yeah,
But you,
they're different gangs.
okay, did they ever work with the monastery that I'm aware of, or was it just kind of
They came through and you were told not to interact with them.
that's all we learned about their
Right.
relationship?
As far as were they there for official business or jobs or why they were there, you don't know that.
Okay.
You would have been shielded from that information because they don't want you to know, because if you know, then you're a liability. So you'll have to find out in the future. Dun, dun, dun.
That, sure. All right.